right. So as I said, we're here to talk about PAL stage 1 and 2 today. We will get into stage 3 and 4 on Thursday. So the goal of this agenda for today, what we plan to cover is the role of the project approval lifecycle in IT project delivery. The stage 1 business analysis will go through the form itself. We will talk about different areas of the form. We will focus on objectives quite a bit. We'll also talk about the role of critical partners, the core team in PAL, and stage 2 alternatives analysis. What we won't be covering today is general business analysis techniques. We hope that you already have those. We will not be covering procurement training, stage 3 and 4. We will talk about procurement, but it will not be like an in-depth procurement training. So if you need procurement training, let us know. We can recommend some classes on that. And then we will talk about the analysis of your specific project. So we'll talk a little bit about that. If you have a specific project that you want to talk about when we get into some questions and answers and how things work. I will give some pro tips along the way as we go through this from what I've learned from my many years of working through PAL. Just so you have a little background about myself, I did start at CDT over 7 years ago. I have been a project manager almost my entire career. I started my career with the state in procurement, so I have a little bit of a procurement background as well. And at CDT, I have done oversight. I spent many years in the PAL branch when there was a separate PAL branch. I've taken many customers through the project approval lifecycle. And so that's just a little bit of background about myself. I do have, as I said, Adam Rawls. I think most of you guys know who he is. He's working with you on your CARS project. Loya's with us as well. She has been working with you guys for many years now. And then we have Sam, who is from our SDP. He is a procurement expert, and I rely heavily on him. So, and he will be doing a lot of the stage 3 training tomorrow. He may chime in when we get to stage 2 and talk about market research and give you some tips and tricks along that from a procurement perspective. All right. So some of the key results that we're looking to get out of this is for your ability to understand and explain PAL and the purpose of each stage gate. So hopefully you'll walk away with a clear understanding of what that is. You'll have a good understanding and be able to define the roles and responsibilities of between your entity itself and how does CDT work with you. And the other thing we want you to do is have a really good basic understanding of planning. PAL is all about planning, and we want you to know that planning is what the key result is that we're trying to get out of this. And so plan for your project. All right, so what gives CDT the authority to do this type of activity? So in Government Code 11546, we have the authority over all state departments that are within our umbrella of agencies and portfolio that require project approval and oversight on every project. And so, as we say, government code equals statute. And what PAL is all about is we really want to improve the likelihood of your project success. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. So PAL objectives. This is so PAL itself was designed to improve the planning quality, value, and likelihood of project success. That's what it's all about. Project approval life cycle is just a life cycle that was created, but it fits right into the PMBOK mold, and I'll talk a little bit about that a little bit more. But the important thing is to remember that this is about improving your success in an IT project. So one of the things, just a little background on how PAL came about. There was a study conducted in 2014. There was 49 interviews from state staff of CDT with multiple departments. OSI was involved in that. What we did is we took a study. We looked at what the FSR used to accomplish, and we looked at what it did not accomplish. And that was the big thing. And then we validated all the things that we learned from the lessons learned and created up with what we call our dirty dozen. And you guys will see this list a couple times in my presentation. This slide really depicts how they kind of relate each issue, what we call our dirty dozen, but these are issues that were discovered in that study that was conducted in 2014. And so we'll do a little deeper dive on all of these, but this is just to kind of give you a background of where did this come about and what did we do. So POW was really done through a study, and then from that study we had to come up with a better way of planning for projects. So if you look at POW as a life cycle, if you look, it's about the third bar down here, you'll see project approval life cycle. Up above, this is the project management life cycle. So project management life cycle comes from PMBOK, project management body of knowledge. If you look at POW and you think about concept, when you have a concept of a project, it's right in there. And you'll notice that stage 1, business analysis, lies right in there. And that's where we're going to be talking a lot today. But you'll notice that this life cycle carries all the way through planning, which is part of the PMBOK. So there's nothing outside of this activity that is really different than what is required in PMBOK to be successful in project management. What CDT did is they applied this to IT projects specifically for the state of California. And they applied all those things, and they came up with 4 different gates that you'll have to go through. But you can see how this relates to a system development life cycle. You still have to plan, there's planning involved, and then you get into your analysis, and you can see how those kind of all relate. If you look at business process re-engineering, you'll see where that kind of lies through. And again, we have a lot of planning in there. OCM, there's the whole life cycle, and they're all things that we talk about when you are going through your stage 2, when we're working with the department together. The next slide is about where do I ask for money, right? I mean, where does dollars come into play and resource timing? So as you guys all know, there's a budget life cycle that is owned by the Department of Finance. And that's been around since we first became a state, and that has not changed. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about how does POW fit into that timing and getting money. And the first thing I want you to know, it doesn't really fit in there. But you have to know how to strategically go through that and the timing of asking for money. So if you look at this area right here in the yellow, it talks about planning funding for POW, stages 2, 3, and 4. When can it be requested, and what do you need first? And that's really an S1BA. When you're asking for money, you need that S1BA. Project funding, executing process phase activities. So what do you need when you're asking for project dollars is an S2AA. So you need that immediately. That's where the funding really comes into play. I'm going to go to this next slide, which kind of depicts this a little bit down into more detail. So some of the key things that are really important to know about the budget time frame. And I really want to stress that this is a budget time frame. This is not a POW schedule. This is our best fit idea of how you could get money in your budget time frame if you were in the fall budget cycle. So if you're all familiar with the fall budget cycle, there's some critical dates that are really important to know. Finance will put out a letter, and it'll give you a time frame of when project documents are due, and that is right here. And they're due the 3rd month of July. Now in SAM, that is stated as the 3rd month of July. What finance does is they put in their letter, they put an actual date for that year when your project documents are due. So what does that mean to you? So if you're planning a project, that means if I'm going to come in with a fall BCP and ask for project dollars, I need to have my stage 2 submitted in July to CDT. And that means that we need something that is workable. Now, keep in mind, you're asking for money. So the most critical component out of stage 2 is going to be your FAW. But that FAW needs to be in alignment with what market research you did, how you came up with your budget. So there's some critical items in there. And when we talk about stage 2, we'll talk a little bit more in detail about those things. The next thing to know is that your BCPs are due in finance in September. So you have a little bit of leadway, a little working time in there, but it's really important that at least the draft has come to CDT and we're all in conjunction about what's going on. And when we talk about critical partners, I'll talk a little bit more in depth about how your critical partner relationship with CDT will benefit you in this whole process. So the next thing to know is that there's an October decision that's going to be happening when you have that fall BCP. And we're hoping that you have enough done in your stage 2 that that's prepared to be approved, and that we can start working on your stage 3 activities. This is the fastest timeline. And this is really, I don't know how many have actually achieved this. We have very few projects that actually go through this, but this is just to kind of give you guys an idea. Then there's a December decision, right, where we're coming up to right now, where the governor is going to make some decisions on the BCPs that have been approved. And once we get notification, your actual stage 2 approval letter is going to come out in Jan 10. So this is critical to know right in here that you could submit a stage 2 in July and you will not see that approval till January 10. But notice that I said you can start working on your stage 3 here. And I have, when we get more in depth on this, I will show you how the overlaps work going through POW and how we strategically go through this. And this is where it's really critical that we're working together. And then if things are all great and wonderful, and we're right on this whole cool timeline that we got going here, our stage 3 is going to get approved right around in February, March timeframe. And we're going to launch our procurements. And then as easy as procurements go, and I know Sam's going to laugh at that one, we're going to be ready to sign our contract award and stage 4 approval right here by July. Sounds simple, right? One critical thing to note, and we'll talk about this more when we get to stage 4, is that stage 4 must be approved before we can do contract award. That's just the standard kind of rule that we follow. So that's just a little keynote to put in there. So just to kind of give you a picture of what happens in spring. So what happens if I have a spring finance letter? It gets crazy. I mean, look at your timeline. It really speeds up. So now you have to have your documents are due by January. They have to be in. So your project documents have to be in by January. You have a spring finance letter that you got to drop over to finance by February. You should already be working on your stage 3. If you guys don't feel any of the little stress coming on right now, just from these bubbles, I'd be surprised. So this is how crazy it can get. And then you're looking at stage 2 approval in April. Hopefully we're launching your stage 3 by May, and then we're getting a stage 4 approved by July. Sounds a little bit insane if you ask me. And like I said, in the number of PALs that I've worked through, very, very few have actually been able to work this timeline. But there's more tricks and tips and tricks and things like that happen through the budget process. And we'll talk about a little bit more about that as we get further into this. Any questions on that before I jump ahead?
Yeah, Jim, this is Betsy Bogart. I just have, could you just, it looks like stage 2 is about project documents, but can you share what stage 3, just very high level, and stage 4 are?
Can you wait till Thursday? Because I'm going to walk through all those documents, but I will give you a real quick thing about it. Stage 3 is about, stage 3 is about planning your procurement. Stage 4 is about wrapping everything up in your planning exercises. So you're wrapping up all your project plans. You are going through negotiations, things like that in stage 4.
Thank you.
You've received your bids and everything, and then we're getting ready to approve and wrap things up. And all of this will make a lot more sense come Thursday, hopefully. And if it doesn't, then you guys can fire me. But it'll make a lot more sense. So my next slide, I'll give you this will help a little bit on that high level, Betsy, is if you look here, you'll see stage 1 business analysis. We typically don't get involved, and we being CDT typically don't get involved until stage 2. That's where we really start to work with you closely. We have cases where somebody's working on a stage 1 and they have lots of questions, and we're there to help out. But typically we get involved in stage 2. But you can see stage 1 is all about the business analysis. That's where our focus will be for the first part of this today, is looking at the stage 1. The afternoon will be all about stage 2. And that's where your market research comes in, your analysis comes in, building your financials. When you get into stage 3, that's going to be about procurement management. So you're building your procurement documents, RFPs, IFPs, whatever procurement tool is going to be used. And then stage 4 is all about project readiness. And you'll notice the little stoplights along the way, because we do have some hard stops in there that have to be done before we can go into the next stage. And really, these stoplights are there for a purpose. And just a quick on the purpose of those. Stage 2, it's very critical that we have that approved and published on our website before we release a procurement. And the reason for that is that your market research is what the vendors look at and read to understand how you came up with the direction that you're headed for what you want to buy. So that's a critical component to that. Stage 3 needs to be approved before we release that procurement out into the wild. There are some ancillary procurements, and we work with you through those. When you're working with CDT, STP is the authority over all procurements. So when you have ancillary procurements, we need to understand what the timing needs to be for those. A lot of ancillary procurements that we talk about that can happen before then are things like you need a project manager to help you through stage 2. That's an ancillary procurement that can be done in advance. Bringing IVNV on early is what CDT always recommends. Data migration, consultants, things like that. That is another ancillary procurement that we recommend that gets done sooner rather than later. Get them on board early, because it can cost you a lot of money in the long run if you don't do that. So does that help? Any questions on that one?
That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. All right, so this is something I want you guys to think about. What is the most expensive thing that you guys have bought personally? A house, maybe a college education, a really fancy, expensive car. So when you think about those things that you may have purchased or financed or had to do something, you didn't go out and just do that without some kind of planning. Like if you're going to buy a home, you're typically looking for, maybe it's your first home and you need something that gives you some space. But when you go to move into your next home, you probably have just started a family, you need some more space, and you start thinking about the rooms that you need, size garage you need. Does it have an attic space? Does it not? Education wise, where do I want to go to college? Where do I want to spend my money? Car wise, if you're like me, you could be a little car stupid and go, oh, yeah, Corvette makes sense, and I'm going to buy one of those. But really, I mean, typically we go out and we look for a car that fits our needs. And then we look at what our wants are and our desires are. And how does this relate to stage 1? Well, we'll talk about that. So really, are you ready? Are you ready to kind of start thinking about stage 1 and what that's all about? So this is going to bring us to our first exercise as a team. Lloyd's going to break you guys out into some breakout rooms. And what I want you to do is go look at the S1BA document. Download that. Download the instructions. Those will be your tool that you can set off to the side today. Look at those while we're going through some of these slides, and you'll see where things kind of line up. As a team, you can come up with a team name if you'd like, something like Harry Bottles, the superheroes over here. So Lloyd, why don't you go ahead and break everybody out into a team, and then we'll come back in about 6 minutes. And just a tip, Lloyd did send an email that has the link to the SIM 19. where you can go right to that and you can look at Sim 19 and find the stage 1. So that should help you guys out. As you're getting started through your stage 1 and the preparation of that, one of the things that is out there is a reportability assessment form. That's actually a form that you can go to first before you start your stage 1. So that's really important to kind of know that that's there. Stage 1, what we did is, I'll step back here for a second. Back in March of 2022, we updated all the PAL stage forms to make them a little more user-friendly, to allow the use of agile terms when you're using those forms. And we also took out, if anybody has gone through stage 1 before, you'll recall that at the end of the stage 1 form, there was a reportability assessment to say, okay, now that you've completed this form, is this a project? Is it M&O? Is it, how does it fit? Could it be done through a COTS? Is it, SaaS solution, maybe using a Sim 22? So there's all these kind of questions that were at the end of the stage 1. And one of the things that we have always looked at through PAL, and we finally got the opportunity to update that form, was it really made no sense to make everybody do a bunch of work in stage 1 to come and find out that you might be an M&O activity and you don't need to go do a stage 1 business analysis. It's a good, useful tool, but it doesn't need to be completed every time. And so that reportability assessment, we broke out and made it a separate form. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we're going through the stage 1 activities that are involved. But I just want to let you guys know that the forms have been updated. And hopefully, as you go into your projects and everything, you'll see that they're a little more useful. And we have some plans for futures at CDT on how to improve PAL that we're working through right now too. So more to come on those. So back to stage 1, when we're thinking about preparation of a stage 1, so you guys are not affiliated like what we consider an affiliated under an agency. So there are departments that fall under agencies like GovOps, like we are a department that falls under GovOps. So our OTech side of the house falls under that. We also have, BCSH that has a bunch of different boards and bureaus that fall under that. And then like Natural Resources Agency, Cal EPA, those are ones that are considered what we call affiliated agencies. And they have an agency information officer. And that agency information officer has the authority to sign off on a stage 1 and make a determination whether that can be delegated back or not. With your department, because you don't have that means you have to come to CDT. So it's important to know, when do I have to come to CDT? What does that mean? So if you have an S1BA or you're working on, or a project that you're working on, and it's under your project cost delegation, and I want to stress that it's a project cost delegation. If you are under that project cost delegation and you are not asking for funding through a BCP, then you do not need to come to CDT. In most cases, a lot of projects don't hit that target. We're typically asking for project money, meaning we're going to go ask for a BCP. That is a trigger that you need to come to CDT for some kind of approval. And there's different off-ramps throughout the project approval lifecycle. We'll talk a little bit more about those through our training. The next thing to think about is the approach that you want to take. So say that you are working on a stage 1, you're getting into the next phases of that. When you get done stage 1, how do I want to go through this? Do I want to do it self-directed? Do I want to do it guided? Guided meaning I'm going to work with CDT and get guided through the PAL process. We highly recommend going the guided route. From experience, what we find is those that do it in a self-directed fashion typically do way too many requirements. They do way more than they actually need for the project. and it doesn't always go very well, and it still needs to be reviewed by CDT, and it takes longer. That has just been our experience. So the guided approach really works over the course of the PAL life cycle as the most effective and fastest way to get through PAL. So that's just a recommendation that I always recommend to others, since I've seen it firsthand. And then one of the things that we talk about is in that guided approach, that's where our core team comes together, and we'll talk about more about that core team. Then there's the submission forms. There's a transmittal form that is actually out in that SIM 19 that has to be signed off by everyone. That's something important that you want to make sure that when you have a stage 1 that has to come to CDT, that gets all signed off. And if you have any questions on that, we're here for you. So definitely write down Adam Rawls' name and Lloyd, because they work with you guys closely. They are the two that are over your portfolio. So whenever you have any questions, you can go to them. And of course, you can always come to me. And then the other thing is a collaborative review. So we used to do these when we first started PAL, where if you had a stage 1 that you would submit in, we would invite you over to J Street. We'd all meet in a room, and we would do what we call a collaborative review all together. And what you would walk us through what your project hopes and dreams are about your stage 1. And then we would take that and we would send it out to our critical partners. Everybody would do a review. And then we'd have comments that were created and collected. We'd share those with you. We'd invite you back to J Street. We would get into a room again and do this whole thing. That wasn't the most effective way. And so we still do a type of collaborative review, but it's a little different when we're doing a guided kind of approach. So, and we do this more frequently in stage 2. It is available in stage 1 as you guys are working through things. You can actually reach out to us. We can talk about your stage 1, where you're going. We can talk about your objectives and things, but we try to do these more in like a working session, where we're not just having a conversation about something and then you go off and go do some work. We prefer to kind of do it as a working session where we get together. You have somebody that's ready to hands on the keyboard, and we can talk about what is good, what is not, where things need to be trued up, and work through those things. And then once your stage 1 is approved, the next step in the process is really a kickoff meeting. And we do a slide presentation about stage 2 that gives you a more in depth of like, what is the work we're going to be doing? We have you talk about the project, where that focus is going to be. And then we talk a little bit about your project funding and where that lands. And one thing I should mention is if you have a project that you need assistance with, say, getting a project manager on board, or some hybrid type of team where you're bringing on consultants to help you get through the PAL process, you can submit a stage 1 and along with your fall BCP. So in other words, your stage 1 comes in July, you have your fall BCP come in. What you're asking for then is you're asking for planning dollars. Keep in mind that your planning dollars are not going to come to you till July. So if you're planning to ask for planning dollars, make sure you plan ahead that you will probably not be doing a whole lot of activities in stage 2 until July of the next fiscal year, because that's when you'll get your money. So it's important to know that. All right, so you guys found the stage 1 template, and we're going to start really diving down into the planning. What's in there, you'll notice in the form that you pulled out, there's a lot of general information about your agency or state entity, your proposal name, your acronym that you want to give it. There's a proposal description and all that good stuff. Pretty simple, basic information. Then there's some submittal information for the contact information. I think these areas are pretty basic, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time in those. But if you have any questions as you go through any of that, please ask us questions about this. The next thing, as I talked about, was that reportability assessment form. And we should have had you go get that while you guys were out there in your first exercise. Because that is like what I was talking about, where there's a lot of information that you can get from that. Let me see if I have that. I'm gonna stop sharing here real quick. And I know that I have this up somewhere. So bear with me here. Because I'd like to show you this form. All right. There we go. All right, so this is what the project reportability assessment form looks like. As you'll see, there's still that general information. This is the same information that you'll see in your S1BA. There's a reportability assessment that is done. And what's really important is that you look at these SAM sections and look at how these questions, and they're very basic questions, you'll see, like, does the agency state entity's proposal meet the definition of an IT project found in state SAM manual, right? And we'll talk about the definition that's in SAM. It was a CDT created definition. Does it meet the operations? So as you go through these, you can check yes or no. Very simple. There's like a little drop down box here, yes or no, does it meet that? Do this first before you dive into your stage one and see where it fits. But you'll see how it's just questions and answers. It's pretty simple. As you can see, it's only a couple pages long. And once you do that reportability assessment, if it relates to an IT project, you can actually go through this 1.3 and answer these questions first. If you find that it doesn't meet something that's going to be a reportable project or need CDT's approval on it, you don't even have to worry about this top section. But if it does, we want you to include this with your stage one and submit that in so we can kind of see where you're headed. It helps when we're doing our analysis on the stage one itself. So that's what that form looks like. If I can. All right. We'll go back. Do you guys have any questions on the reportability assessment form?
No.
I'll take that as a no. All right. Betsy, I think you're the spokesperson of today.
Well, and I think, both cars and the notary project have both gotten their stage one approved. So we're pretty familiar with that stage of things.
Yeah. All right. So this kind of goes through those focus. Go ahead, Adam.
I think Russell has his hand up.
Okay.
Hi, Tim. So one thing I've noticed is that we have legislation that comes through that says once you have a project that becomes a system of record, then all of these additions or changes need to be made to the project. So how do you show that when you have a project that has a particular scope, but you know that there's other things that have to be done to it once it becomes the project of record?
So when you're speaking of project of record, are you already in project mode?
Typically, yeah. I mean, like the cars has been like that before, where it's sort of like everything has been down to the S2, S3, even the S4, and then legislation comes in saying once it goes online, add this type of person or add this type of filing to it.
So, it kind of depends on when that ledge mandate comes in. The first thing we want to do is look at how does it impact the scope of work and where is it going to kind of the timing that it comes in. And so typically what I have seen is that the ledge mandates come in once we're in execution phase of the project. So I'm sure this probably happened on the original cars where you're working on some project activities and then the legislators drop in something else that you need to do along the way, which needs to be programmed in while you're in flight of executing that project. And so that is when we have to do an evaluation of scope, schedule, and cost. And if it's 10% or more, that's where an SPR comes in, which is a special project report.
Right.
And so that's where that would typically come in. If it comes in the early stages of PAL, and say we're in stage 2 of that, we could always do a little bit more market research and say, okay, we've just got this thrown at us. Now we have some market research and we can go look at how that's going to fit in. The most difficult thing I see with ledge mandates is they have unrealistic dates that they throw in there as well. And that always compounds things. And then we have to kind of really work together to figure out what is the best avenue to make sure that you guys are able to achieve that ledge mandate. And that again is really, our goal at CDT is not to apply a bunch of policies and procedures on top of you guys to make your life difficult. Our idea is that we try to hold you in the guardrails of that policy and procedure and find the best way through the process, along with these other things that get thrown at you along the way. Cross is a prime example of ledge mandates throughout the life cycle of the project. And if you look at that project as an example, the lifetime of that project got so extended because of the ledge mandates that they threw at them. And then the legislators want to ask why it took 10 years.
Right.
It's like, well, okay, you keep on changing the scope or adding to the scope. And so, if something like that comes up, like I said, we're here to work with you on that and help you through, because we know it's difficult. We know that none of this stuff it's not easy. For any one of us that have managed projects before, we totally get it. So keep in mind, we're here to help you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I think I covered all this on the reportability assessment. I don't know if you guys have any other questions on that. So here is what the project definition in SAM looks like. And as you'll see, it's a unique endeavor involving activities required to plan, design, develop, implement, operate, and maintain an information technology solution that meets a specific and measurable policy or programmatic objective. IT projects include the entire systems development lifecycle, from project initiation through the normalized operational cycle. IT activities related to the refresh of non-data center hardware required to operate an IT project shall not be considered an IT project. And you can look that up in SAM 4819.37. So what does that mean to you guys? Well, what it really means is pretty much everything that is IT related as a project is a project. When they say through the normalized life cycle, they're talking about all the way into M&O. And there are things that come up in M&O that are already planned for, and but then there's things that are considered enhancements, and then those enhancements may or may not meet the different definition of this IT project definition. And let me just give you an example of one that does not. Would be, you guys have been using a software, the vendor has an upgraded version of that software that gives you a couple new tools that you can use by upgrading to this version. We kind of call that enhancement by naturalization because the vendor that's providing the software is providing the update already in there. You didn't request it, you're not looking for it, and you may get to use it. So that's one of those cases. One of the other cases may be you have a system in place and now you have to add a complete new feature to that. And that could be one of those ledge mandates that come in. So now I've completed my project, I'm in M&O, I'm doing what I was supposed to do based on what my scope of work was, and legislation say, hey, we need you to add to that system the tracking of taxes on cigarettes. That's what happened to Cross right at the tail end as they were closing out. And we moved that into the M&O activity. In their case, we did it as an SPR, but say that happened after they were already in M&O, what we would do is do an S1BA, look at that, the size of the project, and that's where we would look at something like that as a sizable project that may meet the criteria to hit of what we call a project delegation, and delegate it back to you guys so you can go get that project moving and going. And we'll talk a little bit more about project delegation requests.
Betsy has her hand up.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. So question on both of those scenarios. If we need funding for them, does that automatically push it into a new IT project?
So no, not necessarily. So if it meets the definition of M&O, and say, you know, because you probably, in most cases, say the software scenario, you've already asked for the project funding and everything, and then you come back and say that what you plan for M&O based on the vendor's cost is now increased and you need the additional funds because the increase of the vendor cost, and you're asking through a BCP for that additional vendor cost. That project has probably already been peered out, and we can tie that to the BCP from that direction on that. And while we're talking BCPs real quick, it's important to know that CDT does an analysis on every IT related BCP. So that's where it's important that we're talking at BCP time as well about your projects. So just so you know, so that analysis we would provide back to the Department of Finance and say, no, that meets the criteria of an M&O effort. There's no additional planning documents that are required. It's all documented in the peer and it's documented in the original project documents. So we'd move that forward. Now, say it's a ledge mandate, like we'll use the e-cigarette kind of thing, tax as an example, where an M&O legislator drops that in, and now I need money to do this project effort. The answer is yes. Now I got to do some PAL documentation to get that in play. This is where it's really critical because we have this happen almost every budget life cycle. I can't think in my 7 years of when it has not happened, where we have a department that calls us and says, hey, we just got word that this legislation is going to pass. We have no project documents. We have to come up with something right away. And so we get finance on the phone, ITCU, so Rosanna's team over in Department of Finance. We get them on the phone with you guys. We talk about the effort and we start looking at what do we need to help you guys get the money that you need to move it forward. And that's in the shape and form of some financials. In the meantime, you guys are starting to look at like what project documents I need to work on. And so those are the type of things it's really important that we're all communicating and working together on, because it's usually a hair scramble and it gets really insane, and we need to kind of catch up project documents to help you guys out. And so we can talk through those, what you guys need, and what is good enough to meet the criteria that you need to get so you can get your funding and finance is happy. And again, you know, always the problem with those is that you're not getting the funding till July. And some of these ledge mandates, you have to start the project in say like April or May. And typically you don't get current year funds for those. However, you can request them. So I have seen where people request the current year funds. And in some cases, it's happened where they've gotten them. And in some cases, they don't get them. And so you're basically putting out of pocket from your department to cover that expense until you get there. And then basically getting the money back from the Department of Finance for the effort. Does that help answer your question? All right, I think I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, sorry.
All right. All right, so back into the stage one business analysis form. So like I talked about as how we updated this to include some agile-like terms. You know, we have executive sponsor and executive champion. They're one and the same. And you'll see like right in my blue boxes here, the essentials. You know, sponsors champion across its agency and departmental communications. So it's really important that you have a sponsor identified for your effort. Business owners are just like product owners. They're the ones that are providing the expertise from on the project from the business standpoint. And then you have stakeholders who are those that have the vested interest in your project. So identifying those in the stage one is very critical. There is a stakeholder assessment in the stage one, and it's just really looking at, you know, those stakeholders, who's interested in your project. Like I said, they have a vested interest in your project. We do have ones that are, you know, stakeholders that sit outside that have an interest in your project, but maybe they don't have a vested interest. So that's the key term in there, is really look at who's got the vested interest into your effort. Those are the stakeholders you want to identify. And typical, what we see, for example, is like another state entity might have an interest in that, where you'll see like, you know, CDTFA is a good one, right? They're tax collectors as well as like franchise tax board. They may have a crossover. DMV has a lot of crossovers with CDTFA as well. So there are stakeholders that have a vested interest, but they may not have any activity in the project. But there may be an impact in some shape where there's information that gets transferred back and forth. There may be federal components that get involved in that. The governor's office, we see that quite often where they're interested. Cannabis would be the example there. Those cannabis efforts, the governor's office was highly interested in that. We also had the LAO, the Legislative Analysis Office. They were actively involved in that. So they were both stakeholders in that whole effort. So quick review for you guys. And you guys can put this in the chat. I'll ask Adam and Loy, you guys monitor the chat. Let me know if we got the right answer to this. PAL is designed to blank the planning, quality, value, and likelihood of project success. And I'm sure Betsy has it on the tip of her tongue.
I'm going to let somebody else answer.
All right, yeah. Adam, Lloyd, do we have any answers yet?
We have one. We have one so far. Anyone else?
All right, what was the answer?
Improving.
Improve, yeah. Improving, right? We're improving the likelihood of success.
Four.
All right. Next question. Now I know that PAL fits into the project management lifecycle during the what phases? There's 3 phases that it fits into. And I showed you that earlier.
We have first, second, and third.
Wrong.
Then we have during the second, third, and fourth.
Wrong. All right,
Now we have concept, initiation, and planning.
there we go. Very good. Whoever answered that, you're spot on. And thank you for paying attention. All right, the next one is stage gates.
A bunch of fours.
A bunch of fours. There we go. Right on. Good work. Good work.
Russell put 1 million.
One. It may feel that way some days. It may feel that way. Not gonna lie. All right. So this next one is about the business program area. So 1.5 in your stage 1 business analysis. We're looking at your business program background and context and impact of product or services. This is also where you want to kind of start thinking about some of your business drivers. You know, what is driving the need for this change, whatever it may be, or what is the problem that we're trying to solve? That's one of the questions we ask everyone while we work through this. Think about who's involved in any of these triggers, right? Who's going to be involved in the decisions as you're thinking about this? Who receives output from the business process? So in other words, who's going to be the owner at the end? Who develops the policies and rules used by the business process? Let me see. I'm checking my notes here real quick, so sorry about that. All right. So one of the changes that we have in the new template, there's greater emphasis on the outcomes. So that's something to just kind of think about. So we updated that to have a greater emphasis on that. What is the outcomes that we're trying to achieve? We want to make sure that the state prepares you not just for new hardware and software, but is prepared to look at its business processes. So really focus on those. What in the day-to-day business is going to change as a result of addressing this business need? So those are all the thoughts you got to have running through your head. Just a few. Project justification. So we're going to look at your strategic business alignment. So what does your strategic plan look like? Essentially the business program, we're looking at capturing the business triggers for the business processes. Again, who's involved in those triggers, right? So we're identifying our enterprise architect. They're going to actually have an involvement in that. When was the last time your strategic plan was updated? Is it current? Are we aligning to those strategic business goals and mandates? So you may have another one of those ledge mandates. Are we aligning to that? And this is where we want to identify that bill number, that code number, and that language. So we have that tied in there. And also, this is one of those things when I'm talking about BCP analysis, this is one of those things that helps us to look at that and provide our analysis back, because we will go look at that bill, review that bill. If we had no idea that there was a ledge mandate involved or any other mandate that came your direction, it's hard for us to get behind why do they need the money and give an analysis in that direction. And so, like I said, that really goes back to that communication and keeping that open communication through that BCP time so we can help you guys. And this is where the business drivers really come involved. Like I said before, start thinking about those business drivers, right? What are some of the financial benefits that are involved in that? Is there an increased revenue? Is there a cost savings, cost avoidance? Is there some recovery? Are we making improvements? In other words, are we making better services? So if we have a public facing kind of thing, that is always something that we want to look at. You know, how are we improving that service? Are we making some efficiencies in our programs? And you can read through this whole list. I won't bore you with that, but you'll see what all these drivers are. So next, I'm going to show you a little, I gotta move that screen. Oh, wait. show you this clip. I want you guys to watch this clip. And let me know that you can hear the sound. Can you see it?
Nothing yet, and we can't see it either.
Okay. Let's go back to this. All right, let's try this again.
We can see it now, but can't hear.
Okay, it isn't playing yet. Can you
I'm
hear
the
it?
owner of a salvage
Yes.
business, and I have a job offer. I want you to help me break into the most secure vault in the world.
Okay, very good.
Do you know who Francis Drake was? He stole Spanish treasure.
And that's what's in the bag.
Untold wealth.
You probably need a safe cracker. I'm an engineer.
I need your mind. Where others see an impossible task, we might see a solution.
The war room.
Meet the team. A computer whiz, acquisition, planning, and extraction. Meet one of the world's brightest minds.
He's gonna mastermind the infiltration.
The vault, what it is, how it works, we can't work it out. No one has.
And if we get caught, we're going down for a very long time. Are you sure you're prepared for that?
Are you?
Kid's got balls. The Bank of Spain, the most impenetrable building on the planet. Across the street is the headquarters of the Spanish army, on alert for any attempts on the bank. When Spain plays its World Cup games, every camera will be pointing away from the building, which gives us 105 minutes to get the job done.
Simple.
Stage 1, vault keys. Tom, you got company.
We need to abort.
No.
3, 2, 1.
Mastermind.
He's a college kid. You're putting our lives in his hands. Big problem.
Just stay until the job's done.
You're good.
All right. So the reason I show you that video is I want you to think about smart objective. Oh, well, hold on. This is where not being able to see you. All right. Can everybody see the PowerPoint slide?
No.
That's because I have to authenticate. Sorry about that. So one of the things we like to do at CDT is verify that authentication works for everyone. And so we authenticate at least 4 to 5 times a day.
Always at the most opportune times too.
Yeah, absolutely, right? All right. All right, let me go back to that. Now, let's get back to some fun. Can you guys see my screen now?
Yes.
You see the slideshow? Okay, excellent. Because I can no longer see you guys. So, all right. So, what was the one thing I wanted you guys to get from that is really thinking about smart objectives. And if you noticed in that movie clip, they're very specific about what they need to do. Like one of the things they say is we need to do this in 105 seconds. And so when we're thinking about objectives for our projects, we need to think about them in SMART objectives. So in 1.7, we talk about business outcomes desired, right? The business problem opportunity that we're trying to solve. Sometimes there's an opportunity, sometimes there's a problem what we're trying to solve. And then we get into objectives and we want to assign an objective ID. We want to have a metric that we can measure that based on, right? And then we want to baseline our objectives. And we want to have a target result. What do we expect to get out of that objective? And how that all aligns to what we've been talking about when we talked about our strategic plan, right? There's a strategic goal that the department wants to achieve. Does the business problem or opportunity that we're facing align to that strategic goal? And that's where we're looking right in here. Then we're going to develop our objectives. And then we're going to come up with some measurements. This is actually going to continue to build on as we go through this, because the next thing we're going to do from our objectives is build some requirements. And those requirements are going to help us when we go to our procurement. So now we're building through the life cycle. We really want to identify the benefits that are associated with the project. Think about those. That's what we call our business drivers. We want to think about the outcomes when we're thinking about those business drivers. What is the outcome that we're hoping to get as we're building those? So this is going to be our next teamwork exercise. What I want you guys to do, and maybe we should break first.
Yep. I was just gonna jump in there, Tim.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the time. So actually you can see the time on one of my screens. So what do we say? We take a break. When we come back, we'll do this teamwork exercise. What I'll have you guys do, I'll actually leave this up at break time so you can look at these. What we want to do is we want to look at these objectives and are they good? Are they bad? And then we're going to talk about them. And so that will be our next activity. So what do we say we take? What do you want to do? Like a 10-minute or a 15-minute break? What does the class feel like they need? We got any hands going up, Adam?
10's fine.
10's good? Okay, so we'll be.
I have a 15 in the chat.
All right, we got a 15 in the chat. Let's
15.
Let's all plan to be back at 10:30. And then we'll start looking at this exercise and then we'll go through it. Sound good?
Yep.
All right. I didn't get started again. Just to let you guys know, the plan is to stop at noon for lunch, give you guys an hour break for lunch, and then dive back into it after lunch. And so that way you're good and filled up for stage 2. And I guess if naps happen, that's what happens. But just keep your mics off so we don't hear you snoring. All right, so has everybody had a chance to take a look at these? So these are the same objectives. So we just kind of want to talk about, are they good? Are they bad? Are they ugly? What's wrong with them? So as a group, you know, we can either use the chat, you can speak out on this one, but what are some of the things that you see that could be improved on these objectives? Everybody's shy. They don't use either.
The metric in the first one seems better than the second one.
Yeah, definitely, right? I mean, time to make minor changes, such as changing fee amounts, doesn't really seem like a very strong metric, does it?
And I would say, minor changes, I think, is subject to interpretation.
Yeah, it's not very clear.
Yeah, to be done timely. What does that mean? You know, within X number of minutes, you know, that kind of thing. And the top one, reducing the time. I would think reducing the time by so many minutes or by some percentage would be stronger.
Yeah, I mean, look at some of the baseline measurements in both of these examples, right? One is 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, how do you really measure against that? At least the first one gives us an hour. At least we have something to do that. I think the 10% reduction could be more specific. What is our goal? You know, are we hoping to get that down to 30 minutes? What are we trying to achieve there? Any other things that catch your eye that seem like they could be improved?
Well, I think the objective for the first one is pretty vague.
Yeah.
And it also, it's kind of concerning because most new systems require manual input for entering data. So I don't know how it would solve anything by implementing another system, but that's beyond the scope, I think.
Yeah, so, you know, just some background from when we do an analysis on a stage one, these are the typical areas that we see at the most weakest points of a stage one business analysis. And if we go and think back to the drawing that I shared with you guys, was how this ties back to your strategic goal. If we can't effectively state what it is that we want to achieve and how we're specifically going to measure that, how are we going to trace that when we get into our requirements? How are we going to know that we achieved that objective that we're looking for? And this is kind of where it's that I see this quite often too, where we'll get a stage one that may have 1 or 2 objectives. And it's like, well, I'm sure you have some more than that. And then we get some that have like 10 to 15 objectives. Well, now you're getting to the point where is that really manageable? And are some of those objectives stating the same thing as the original objective that you were trying to achieve? And so when we're going through these, it's like, what is the right amount of objectives that we need for the project effort? How do we maintain those? How do we build out in those? And then sometimes some of the other things we see is that they write an objective that looks like a requirement. And it's like, well, okay, that could be moved down. And then what's the objective that that requirement ties to? So you guys spot on found a lot of the issues with these. And these actually come from examples that we've received. And then what we do is we go back to the department, we work with you guys and try to clear these up and make sure that they're achievable in that sense.
Tim, I have a question real quick.
Yeah.
So in the last slide, it was like 1 day or 3 to 6 weeks. Is there a standard that is used? Like in budgets, usually we use 1776 or 1860 or some number that for a period of time, usually we divide it into hours. But what would 1 day be? Is that 8 hours or is that 24 hours?
So, and it all depends on what they're trying to achieve. And that's where the 1 hour gets a little loose. So let's say that I have to have a system that's in place for a 24-hour period, then 1 day doesn't really work because I'm not clear enough on what that target goal is. And a lot of times what we see in software is when we're talking about having the capabilities of having, 24-hour access to the public, and say the vendor that we're working with looks at one day as 8 hours, that's an issue. And so that's why it's really important. And I'm glad you brought that up, because what does that look like? And then the Lucy on this one is really the 4 to 6 weeks. It really gives us this flexibility and an objective that should really be very specific to what is it that we're trying to meet. And the one day is like, is it 24 hours? Is it 8 hours? So thank you for bringing that up. Any other comments before we move on? All right, let's talk about some review criteria. So as you go through your stage one, these are things that you should think about as you're putting this together. And the review criteria is really, let's think back when we're looking back at this, have I achieved these things? Like, have I explained my business programs, how they're going to be impacted? Is my narrative that I stated in there really aligned to the problem or opportunity that I'm trying to achieve? How does that business problem that I'm trying to achieve fit into the business program or the overall program or the overall department? So, how does that really, what is it that I'm trying to achieve? And does it really fit? That's what we're trying to get from that. Does the narrative accurately frame the scope of the proposed project? You'd be surprised how many times we get something and it's like, what is it that we're trying to do? We ask that question quite often. And I can tell you over the years, working through this with people, there has been a great improvement over this. In the early days, this seemed to be like a constant question, like, what is it that we're trying to achieve? What does your project scope look like? How is that being done? And like I said, back to the objectives, are they vague? Like the examples I gave, there's a lot of vagueness in those objectives. And so that's where we really want to be smart about it. We want to be very clear on what it is that we're trying to get. That video clip that I showed, remember I said they stated in there 105 seconds is all the time we got to do this in. That is very clear. I don't get 106 seconds. If I can do it sooner than 105, great. If I do it longer than 105, man, I'm in trouble. So we want to be very, very specific in that. Smart, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time bound. So always think about SMART objectives as you're going through those. In 1.6, we were talking about those business drivers. How do those business drivers tie to that objective? So think about that. And then the other point of objectives, and I've talked a lot about this with different departments over the last year and a half, is, when we think about project management, the three main criteria that we talk about project success in is scope, budget, and schedule. Those are the typical three. Now in state service, quite often, especially like yourselves, you get hit with ledge mandates, and that extends your project. And what can we say about a project if the schedule gets pushed out? Does that mean it's unsuccessful? Well, if I look at my objectives and I have clearly achieved those objectives that I set out for, and I can identify where my objectives got added to, then I say we still have some success in there. It's, a lot of the times we don't have control over the time of a project when we get hit with mandates. In my past career, I worked at DMV, and that was something that happened all the time. In every project I had, we had some kind of mandate that either threw a ridiculous date that we had to achieve, and we had to hair scramble, figure out how are we going to do that, or we're then in the middle of a project and we get something thrown at us and we're not allowed to move our schedule out, but we know that it's going to impact our schedule. We know that it's going to get pushed out. So if we can measure back to our objectives we can also show that we've achieved what we set out to do in a realistic time frame, along with the other things that were added to us. So I'll get off my soapbox on that one, but I feel for you guys that always get hit with ledge mandates, because it's real. And then there's the project management piece of it. So there is a risk score assessment that's in Sim 45 that you guys can go out, take a look at that. That risk score is basically measuring what your project management experience is for the likelihood of success in a project, right? Do I have an experienced PM? What level PM do I need for the type of project? More recently, I had a conversation with another department that they had an inexperienced PM on a project that was actually making an impact to their overall project. And so we met with them, talked to them about what could we do to achieve success out of that project? What would be a better fit for that PM to get some more experience? And so, those are things that when we're in oversight, we're looking at it from that overall level, and we were always open to having conversations. It's not that we're trying to beat up on somebody. We want you to be successful. And so those open conversations, while they may be tough sometimes, we're willing to have them and talk about that. So the questions in the project management section really help you understand what can be leveraged in the department to make your project successful. We are not out to play the game of gotcha, like I said, that's one of the things that we don't want to do. We really want to make sure that when you size up your PM for your effort, it's a good match. It's not fair to the person that's about to PM the project if they don't have the experience to PM that level of a project. And so it's always good to take a look at this assessment and understand that. So out in Sim 45, and Lois sent you that link, there's a template out there that you guys can go out, grab that template and take a look at the risk assessment. You can go through that or grab that while we're going through the next couple of slides. And as you go through that, if you have any questions, like I said, we're here to help you through that. So when you go through it, let us know. I believe it's like an old kind of Excel spreadsheet. It's one of those things that needs to be updated. But it's pretty simple. There's questions and answers, values to assign to that. Within the business complexity assessment, that's another form that you guys are going to have to fill out. That's in Sim 45 Appendix C. So you'll notice in stage 1, we're asking for the business complexity assessment. When you look at that assessment form, you'll see there's business complexity and there's a technology assessment. Those get added together when you get to stage 2. So in stage 1, you're looking at the business complexity side of it. And there's a series of questions in there. We want to make sure that, we understand where the project falls in the business program areas. What are the impacts that's going to have on the project? Again, this is another area that you can look at, how the ledge mandates are going to be involved in there, what impacts that's going to have on the overall business program. So there's a series of questions on those. We do look at that assessment when it comes in, and a lot of the times what we may do, it doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes when the score seems a little off based on what we read for the scope of the project, we will probably schedule a meeting with you guys and walk through that assessment so we can have a clear understanding of how the score came about. And what I've seen in my past experience with that is it's funny how the business program was not involved in helping fill out that form. And so it's really important that you go through this as an exercise as a group, and you don't do it as a single individual looking at that. And don't give it to the IT guy who's going to fill it out and respond for the business program. Make sure your business program is involved when you're going through that complexity assessment. Some additional things to think about. There's the PTA and PIA, and if you don't know what those are, the PTA is a privacy threshold assessment, so that needs to be completed. So have your security and privacy folks involved in your effort early on. A PIA is a privacy information assessment. So if there's any PIA data that's going to be involved in your effort, you want to identify that early on, so you make sure that you're hitting all the right security parameters in that. And these are done by your security and privacy team. They're not done by CDT. They are done by your security team. So it's really important that you have them involved and have them do that. The last piece of stage 1 is all about your funding. And as we talked about, timing of funding is very complicated, as we're trying to squeeze into a budget process that was developed like in the 1800s when California became a state. So, and that hasn't changed, and we have no way of changing that unless the Department of Finance decides to change that. So you have to think about your timing, your constraints on that, how that impacts your overall schedule. Think about the resources that you're going to assign to this effort. If you know that you have people that may be retiring before this effort gets underway, I wouldn't assign them to the project because they may not be around. However, they may be a perfect SME for as you're going through this. So think about the role that they may play in that. And I think I've hit all my notes on that one. All right. So our next section that we get into is stage 2. And so are there any questions on stage 1 before we dive into stage 2?
Yes, from the chat. Russell is asking what is ROM?
ROM is a rough order of magnitude.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We all feel confident we know where to go find stage 1. Typically a stage 1, just to kind of give you an idea, when the project is being thought about, it's really about documenting it. So if you understand what your project is about, this form is not that difficult. But obviously, when it comes to the resources and funding, I know you have some of your budget people on today in the training. Become very close friends with them because they can help you out a lot when it comes to money. They can point you in the right direction. And when we get into stage 2 and we start talking about FAWs, you really, really need those people as your critical partners. So don't make them mad. That's the key point out of that. All right, so we're going to dive into stage 2. We'll do a little stage 2. We'll hit noon. We'll take a lunch break, and then we'll go some more. So stage 2 is pretty heavy. This is where the bulk of the work happens. And so at this point, this is where CDT will say, congratulations, you have made it through stage 1. We're on to our stage 2. And this is really where we come to, if you noticed before, I talked about, the engagement with CDT, and we talked about guided versus self-directed. At stage 2, this is really where us being critical partners and coming together as a team is very, very important. Remember when I was talking about the collaborative review, how I said those become more like working sessions. And when we do a review, we do a comment log, we give that to you. This is where working as a team, we'll give you the comment log, give you some time to review those comments, and then we'll get together and walk through those. And so we can clearly understand how we're going to respond to those, what it is that we were looking for that wasn't answered. And what I have seen when we work together is the comment log really, really gets reduced. I've had stage 2s that have come back with only about 5 to 10 comments. And I've had stage 2 that's had over 160 comments. The 160 comment one was one that was like going self-directed and chose to go that path. And it took a really, really long time to kind of work through all those comments because it was really off. Things weren't aligning. It was really bad. The one that only had like 5 to 10 comments, we were working together. We did a lot of walkthrough sessions on all the documents, making sure that they were understandable and clear for everyone. And that's another point that I want to point out to everyone. CDT owns a process and templates. The documents, when you guys fill those out, those are yours. It is your project. It is all about you being put into those projects. When you think about project management plans, CDT is not looking to give you your best PMBOK score. Did you meet all the criteria in PMBOK? And, is it lovely and glamorous of a project management plan? We're not looking for that. What we're looking for is a plan that is clear, understood, and that your project team knows who they can go talk to, where they need to go for different things. Change control is one of those that I've seen quite often that's not very clear on what to do, and it's very simple. Who do I need to talk to? What form do I need to fill out? And who's going to approve it? And then once it's approved, how does it get implemented into the project? Pretty simple. You'd be surprised at all the fluffy stuff that people put in their plans that are really not needed, and that draw away from your team members understanding what they need to do. So we'll talk more about those. So we're back to looking at the relationship, and now we're at stage 2. And you can see stage 2 really does that last little overlap of initiating and getting into planning. We're really in the planning phase at this point. And that's where we're going to stay focused for the rest of this for today. So this is where we're at right here. We're in stage 2. We're going to be talking about market research. We're going to be talking about roadmaps versus schedules. We'll talk about what viable alternative solutions mean. How many do I need? How do I come up with cost estimates and those kind of things. This is the slide that I was kind of hinting about earlier, was the project approval life cycle as a whole. And when I'm looking at the life cycle and the activities that can be completed, there's a lot of overlaps. And in the past, what I've seen in my early days at CDT, and this is early on when Powell had started, everyone kind of took each stage as I get done stage, I stop, I wait for CDT approval, and then I begin into the next stage. Well, if you can kind of put that in a linear process in your mind, that becomes a very lengthy process. And if you span that across the timeline, you could be in PAL for a very, very long time. And that's not where anybody wants to be. Nobody wants to be in planning forever. And PAL is really about proper planning. The reason it's called the project approval life cycle is because at the end of planning, CDT gives you an approval document that says now you have been approved to move forward as a project. But always treat your planning effort as part of your project. If we go back to our life cycle slide, it lives in that life cycle. It is part of the project. You're initiating, you're into planning. It's the launch of that. You would not want to hire, say you were going to build a house, you would not want to go hire your carpenter first before you had a foundation dug, your concrete in, your slab or your foundation poured and ready to build the walls. You don't want somebody starting work before you have anything that they can really do. It doesn't make sense. That's where planning really comes involved in this. And when we look at planning as an overall life cycle, we start looking at the things and how they overlap. And one of the things I want to point out is requirements. As you're developing those requirements in stage 2, you're actually looking at them from a mid-level solution requirement or a business capability. Then you're building those out to where you're going to tie them into your procurement. So at the point that you've done some market research and you have that avenue or direction that you want to go, as you're working on those requirements, build those out so you're ready to go for stage 3. Don't put the brakes on. You can start doing some of that stage 3 work and developing some of the things that you need to move forward in stage 3. There's no reason to stop other than what I talked about before. We need to have stage 2 approved before we can approve stage 3. That's the critical point. And stage 2 must be approved and published on our website. So once we approve a stage 2, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to be shown on our website. That is, like I said before, where the vendors, when you release that RFP or that CMAS or that MSA, that's where they go looking. They go looking for, how did people come up with what they're looking for? And if they don't see that, the first person they call is my director. And then my director calls me, and they're mad because they're getting a lot of these questions that they shouldn't be getting. And we don't want that. We don't want anybody mad through this whole process. Vendors get upset all the time because obviously they have a solution that fits everybody's needs. And it's not always the case, right? I say that kind of sarcastically. The other thing to point out is PM plans. So there's project management plans in all 4 of the stages, actually all 3 of the stages from stage 2 to stage 4. There's none required in stage 1, but from stage 2 to stage 4, there are project management plans. And let's just say that you have somebody that enjoys writing these project management plans. Let them write them all. Why not, right? Let them have fun, write those project management plans. Let them, do something that's near and dear to their heart and enjoy the day and do those. The other thing I want to point out is FAWs. So there is an overlap between stage 2 and stage 4. FAWs are critical in stage 2. That's where you're reporting your best estimate. It is an estimate in stage 2, right? It's based on the information we gathered, costs that we gathered. It is where we come up with the best estimate of what our project is going to cost. It gives us the opportunity to put in a BCP and ask for project dollars. That FAW needs to align to that BCP, so we have that in place. When we get to stage 4, that FAW is all about baseline. It is the baseline cost that we're measuring the variances in the project from that point forward. So we're going to have a baseline measurement. Here's what the cost, we've estimated the cost. From that estimate, now we've got some true numbers from the vendors based on contracts that we received or the bids we received. We can update those stage 4 FAWs. We have that solid baseline, and then we start measuring from there. So your 10% variance is going to be measured from that, from the cost. You'll also see the overlap between stage 3 and 4 of procurement. So in other words, you're releasing your procurement. You're going to go into negotiations. You may have a lot of questions or addendums that need to be done. There's an overlap that happens between stage 3 and 4. So it becomes this whole kind of life cycle that you get to live in the entire time. Yes, there's some stoplights, like I showed back on this slide here. These are all about approvals and the critical points of approvals. But like I said, don't take the brakes off. All right, I'm going to show you guys another little video. So I'm going to stop sharing this for now. See.
It's never been done before.
Yep.
What's the target? When was the last time you were in Vegas?
You want to knock over a casino. 3 casinos.
Vegas, huh?
Vegas?
Vegas.
Fantastic. The heist is impossible.
Casino security cannot be beaten. You're out of your minds.
Exactly.
You are up to something, Danny. What? You're pulling a job, aren't you? You're a thief and a liar.
I only lied about being a thief.
You're gonna need a crew as nuts as you are. Who do you got in mind?
Smash and grab job, huh? Slightly more complicated than that. Say we get down the elevator, we can't move.
and past the guards with the guns and into the vault we can't open? We're just supposed to walk out of there with $150 million in cash?
Yeah.
Oh.
But these guys
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
are just crazy enough
You'd need at least a dozen guys doing a combination of cons.
Do you understand any of this?
I'll explain later.
to pull off the con
Someone called for a doctor?
of the century.
We're set.
We're set.
We're set.
Do it already.
Well, did you check the batteries?
Congratulations, you're a dead man. George Clooney, Matt Damon, Andy Garcia, Brad Pitt, and Julia Roberts.
Why do this?
Why not do it?
From the Academy Award-winning director of Traffic and Aaron Brockovich.
Because the house takes you. Unless, when that perfect hand comes along, you bet big, and then you take the house. Been practicing this speech, hadn't you? A little bit. Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed it. That was good. I liked it.
Ocean's 11.
You're either in or you're out. I'm staying in.
Is there any thoughts on that one? Well, our next topic is talking about critical partners. And Ocean's 11, if you think about it, think about the critical partners they needed to have to make this all happen, right? They're just going to walk out the door with $150,000 in cash. Not a big deal, right? So you need your crazy team. We have our crazy team. But when we talk about core team concept, you guys can see my slides again, right? I just want to make sure that you can.
No, not yet.
No.
Just
You
you.
can't. Just me. Okay, well, let me get back to these.
There we go. We're good.
You can see the slides now?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So now you can see the core team concept, but I started to talk about that you guys couldn't see. So this is your group of crazy people, so to speak, like they said in Ocean's 11, right? We need these core people to help us through this project effort. And as if you look here, you'll see, you know, we have program popping out of there, right? The business driver is really your program. That they're typically the person that has the problem that we're trying to solve for. And then the IT group is coming up with some kind of IT solution that's going to help them in that. We need some admin and procurement. So you're going to have some smaller procurements that you may need to do. They may be doing, if this is a delegated project, you may need your whole procurement team to conduct your procurements. You obviously need some project management people. You got your IT system support, your information security. Remember we talked about them. They have pieces of the pie in there. Enterprise architecture, very critical to have those involved, right? I mean, you're going to introduce a new system into an area, better make sure it fits, right? And then our budget office. Remember I said, make them your friends, get to know them, find out like, you know, what kind of candy they like, what kind of gifts they need at Christmas. It's good to know because they're going to help you get money for your project. And in some cases, depending on the type of project, you may need your legal involved. So we have a project that we've been working on recently, and you may have heard this little project called Cradle to Career. And that project has had their legal team involved as I've moved through that. You know, there's a lot of like sensitive kind of things that needed to be discussed. And that's where legal is very helpful in those, like what things can you share? What can you not share? What is the project about? And what it is, you know, making sure you don't go off the guardrails in a legal fashion. So sometimes you'll need them. From CDT, when you're working with us, and this is where we talked about the guided approach, I like to say from guided, we're more of coaches. From a state control agency, we're maybe more of your state coach, right? We're coaching you and getting you through PAL. And the more PALs you do, the easier this gets. And our hopes and dream is that you don't really need us all that much, because we've done a good job at helping you understand why PAL is important, what the benefits are to you as a team, as an executive, as a budget person, as a procurement person. What does that all look like? So from the CDT side, we bring in our IT project approvals and oversight. You'll also hear us called as PAO managers or PAL managers. We bring in our STP, state technology procurement. As I introduced today, Sam is on the call today. We also have our enterprise architecture. And then we bring in the Department of Finance from ITCU. They're one of our critical partners. They look at your FAWs. They're the ones that receive your BCP first. They take a first look at those FAWs, making sure that it aligns. And this is where it really comes critical. When you know that you have budget dollars that you're going to be asking for, we, from the CDT side, we want to make sure that everybody from our critical partner standpoint is aware of your project. We think of us as your spokesperson at CDT that is going to promote your project through CDT to our executives and let them know why this project makes sense. We're going to make sure that the right team members are involved along the way as you're working through things. So if you're working through your FAWs, are we doing walkthroughs with ITCU, Department of Finance, to make sure they understand what your project is doing, what your budget needs are from a project standpoint, how is that going to work? That you do have a plan to come in with a BCP. When we're looking at it from an enterprise architecture standpoint, we're not there to tell you that what you're looking for is wrong. We're like more of the extra set of eyes that are looking at your architecture and basically looking at it and saying, okay, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Right? Being a partner in that effort. Our procurement side of the house, they have the expertise in IT projects, IT procurements. They will help you get through an IT procurement in the best fashion. One of the things that they provide when you start talking procurement is a timeline on what that looks like, a realistic timeline of what policies and procedures you need to adhere to and what that timeline is going to look at. So when you're building out a roadmap for this whole thing, you have an idea, well, how long does it take me to get through procurement? But that takes understanding what it is that you want to buy. So that is our team that we bring to the table. So when you start thinking about your project, and this is really important when we do our first stage 2 kickoff, after your stage 1 is been approved, we like to schedule a stage 2 kickoff where we all get together and we talk about your project. And these questions are really something that we ask you to think about for the day that we do meet. Is like, what does your first day look after your solution's been implemented? What does that mean to you? How's that going to be? What's the impact going to be for your new system there? How are we getting everybody trained? So keeping the end in mind is what that really comes down to. The other thing is, why is this important to the department? Why do we need to do the project right now? Is it something that can be held off? Is it critical? That's what it really comes down to. Is it critical for the department to get this in place? The other thing is really, what do you hope happens in this phase of planning? It's your planning effort as you're going through it. Think about it from that standpoint. What do I hope to gain by doing the things that I'm doing? When I'm reaching out on an RFI, a request for information, to the vendor community, what do I hope to gain from that? What do I hope to see that's out in the marketplace that I don't know that's already there? That's the advantage of being able to go out and talk to people. Do we have some questions in the chat?
All clear for now.
All right. So this is your stage 2 form. You'll see a lot of overlap from what you saw in stage 1. Just your basic information. Once you have an approved stage 1, we provide you with the project number. So that's what this is right here talking about. We'll give you a project number. That'll be the project number of record, and we track it from there. It's important that you do versioning on your stage 2. So, you know, sometimes we're looking at drafts and we're working our way through a final number. So, you know, versioning is important. The service doesn't come free of charge, obviously. We do have a billing that we have to bill back for. I wish we didn't. I wish this was all covered in general fund. It's the area that we don't like to be in, honestly, in the billing side of life. But we have to mention it. There is what we use is ServiceNow. You put in a request into that. For those that are on cars, you know how that works. And some of your other projects that CDDC does build for oversight and the PAL process. And the good thing about that, there is a good news or a good light in that when you're planning your FAWs, when we give you an estimate of how much it's going to cost for CDT services, you can ask for that in your BCP. So think about that as like kind of pass-through money from finance to you guys to cover us. So that's the only enlightenment I have on that one. And so hopefully you guys don't beat me too much on that one. And then we get into like the submittal information, same kind of stuff you'll see from your stage 1. There are some times that we approve a stage 1 and there's some conditions coming out of that stage 1. And that could be where, you know, the objectives need to be trued up. That has happened. And that's why I use that example where, you know, we've tried to talk about objectives. They're still very weak, but we want to keep you moving through. We don't want to hold you up. We know that we can look at those and achieve those. So a condition from that is that we're going to relook at those objectives as we're going through the requirements. And so there may be some conditions you have to put in the stage 2 submittal information. Some review criteria to think about as you're going through this, making sure that your information is complete. Have you completed the business complexity assessment? You should have done that in stage 1. You're now going to open that form up again, and you're going to start looking at it from the technology side as you're looking at products that are out there. So know that that complexity assessment becomes kind of a living document in planning. Looking back at those conditions, how are you going to address those? How do we work through those? There's also an executive transmittal that needs to be signed off. As I mentioned, that's all in SIM 19 as well. The next area is really talking about the baseline processes and systems. And so when we talk about those, you know, think about you're possibly entering some new software, bringing some new software into the environment. In some cases, we've had where an old system has to talk to the new system. So you're going to have some interfaces. So you want to kind of start looking at those processes. First, look at the business process. How's that being impacted? Looking at the system itself, start looking at those. How's that going to be impacted? And then we're going to start gathering some costs. So taking a really hard look is what you want to do at what your current business structure looks like, or your current business environment. And that's a good point. That's it. And that area, when you're looking at your business environment and your current systems in place, that's really where your critical partner from EA helps out a lot. It's also where our EA can help you, your team as well. Just kind of talking through those things. Next part of this is like the data management. So think about, do I have any, you know, old data that needs to be migrated into the new system? Is there data cleansing that has to be done before the migration happens? What does that look like? A lot of the times when we have projects that have any kind of data management or migration that needs to be done, this is where we're recommending, let's go get an RFO ready and go hire a data manager if you don't have one. If you need a data consultant to come in, look at your data and what needs to be cleansed and trued up, or how old the data is, how disparate that data is, you want to get that vendor on board sooner rather than later. We try to have that person on as you're working through stage 3. Most typically it's right before stage 4, but we want to get them on early. And like I said, the other one that we want to get on early is IV&V. It really helps out in the project. All right, our next little teamwork we're going to do is we're going to go out, look at the S2AA instructions. I want you to take a look at what's different between section 1.9 and the S1BA and compared to the 2.37 complexity assessment. So you're looking at the complexity assessment and you're going to go look at the stage 2. So Lloyd, this is where you can break everybody back out into their working groups. And then we'll come back in 12 minutes and talk about this a little bit more.
Technical complexity score.
That's correct. The technical complexity assessment. So I have up on my screen the actual complexity assessment, and some of the things I just kind of want to point out on this is that there's a little hover button here, and this is why I say get everybody in a room, put this up on the screen. There's like little questions in here that will help you kind of come up with the scores that are involved in this, and gives you a little more understanding of like what is the intent of the statement that's in here. The other thing, like we pointed out, was the technical side of it. So make sure you have a technical person in the room when you're thinking about these things. Likewise, on the business side, make sure you got a business program in there that can answer those business program questions. At the end of that, it's going to give you a combined score down here. And this is what kind of gives you the rating of where the project lies, whether it's medium complexity, either business or technical, and then low complexity. So if you remember earlier, I mentioned a little bit about project delegation requests. Typically something that lands in the medium complexity or even in the high complexity zone, you will not see that delegated back to a department. That is typically not something we delegate back. And the reason for that, one, it's a little more complex, and a lot of the times there's a lot more eyes on that effort, and eyes being from the governor's office, the legislator's office. It can be from multiple areas. We even have some low complexity projects that meet those parameters that kick them up into where that complexity is. And so those are some of the things that we look at from a project standpoint. What are the eyes and ears on a project sometimes will impact whether we need to have oversight, IV&V on the project. And so it's very important that you look at this in a reality sense of like, what is it truly my project? And looking at these little hover buttons help you kind of put those weight and measures on those and help you through it. Any questions on the complexity assessment? All right. So we'll go to our next slide.
Hey, Tim, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just, I used to work at CDT, so you think I would know this, but I don't. Why is that complexity assessment in Sim 45 as opposed to Sim 19? They're just wondering.
John, it goes all the way back to the FSR days, I believe, because when I used to write FSRs, this thing was around. That gives you an idea how old this document is. We used to
Okay.
use these in that. And so Sim 45 was kind of like all the project criteria. And I don't think it ever got brought out of that. So
Okay.
great question.
Thanks.
And John, you remember like Andy had us looking at some of these, I think like 2 or 3 years ago.
Right.
Remember he had us like, hey, let's take a look at Sim 30 and Sim 45 and Sim 19 and what needs to be trued up. And then pandemic hit and we never did anything about
Yeah.
it. It
Yeah.
kind of went stagnant, right? We all got deployed elsewhere. So
That's right.
I'll have to bring it back up to him.
Okay. All right.
We should take a
Thank
look
you, Tim.
back at what makes best fit, you know.
Yep.
But good question.
All right.
All right. Everybody see the slides now?
Yes.
All right. So the next thing is this example of the security table here. This is where you really want to get your security people involved. I don't know how many of you can talk security speak. I can't. There's a SAM section 5100 that's all about the Federal Information Processing Standards. That's called FIPS. So you'll hear FIPS mentioned quite often from security people. And all of my projects, I feel like I have a better chance at understanding what my IT folks say than my security folks. They get into some really tough stuff, but it's important that we have them involved because they will do this impact assessment. And as you can see, I mean, this is the simple side of it that that we look at, and we look at it from a project standpoint, on like PIA data. Is there any confidentiality? Is there any integrity, availability? They will go through and they'll do an impact assessment on what we are doing and look at that and then work with the project to figure out how we resolve some of those things that come up. Like I had a project back at DMV, and this is my early days of being a PM at a department that has a lot of eyes and ears on it. And I remember I must have been maybe 3-4 months into the project, and somebody says to me, I've never seen one of our security people at the project. And I'm like, well, who's that? Who should we have? And so it triggered yeah, I never thought about having security on my project. Why the heck would they be involved? I mean, it's only going to sit out in the field offices where public's going to use this and it could get hacked and everything else. I don't even know why. I never even thought about it. So it was kind of funny, but it was not. I mean, there was a lot of catch up work I had to do, and I had to really make friends with my security folks right away on how do we get up to speed and what did we miss. And so don't put yourselves in that situation. Luckily for me, it happened once, and I learned my lesson from that right away. Get my folks involved early on. And that's what, when we're talking about stage 2, when we talk about critical partners, that's why it's so critical we get these people together. When I used to work on procurements, when I was at Caltrans, we'd always get brought in at the tail end. And then you're like scrambling to figure out what is it that people want to buy, right? And so again, another person you want to get early involved along the way. So if you want to know more about security categorization tables and all the goodies that go into that and what the standards are and everything that you have a security desire, get with your security folks, talk to them, but make sure that they're part of your project. Here's an example of an enterprise architecture diagram. This is just an example out of one of the projects. Yours may differ from this, but it just kind of gives you that look and feel of what it is that we're looking for. Security also likes to look at these. So it's really important that your EA folks get together with your security folks and talk about the firewalls, what's in place, what's not in place, where this system's going to sit. And what we've found over the years is that a lot of departments already have these. They already have the architecture diagram, so they're not building it from scratch. So hopefully, for your sake, your EA guys and gals are all prepared and they already have some of these things. At DMV, we had quite a few systems that didn't have these. And sometimes when they would draw these things, I would call them the spaghetti diagram with some meatballs on the side, because it was like, man, where does this thing come into play? And when you start looking at all the impacted systems or the systems and how they all tie together, it can get very overwhelming when this hasn't been done and people aren't watching this. It's quite surprising. One of the projects I had at DMV, we found that we had an old server that was tied into something that was no longer being used. And so we decommissioned it. That was the benefit of doing that. But we didn't find that out until our EA guys started like tracing where everything went. And then we found that out, and then we went and said, okay, this doesn't make sense. Why do we need this? So we got rid of that. So next thing is section 2.3, baseline processes and systems. We're still in that section, and we're talking about alignment, right? So now we want to really look at the alignment between stage 1 and stage 2. So in the FAW in stage 2, when we get in more into the FAW training, and that will happen on Thursday, we will talk about where your current process gets documented in the cost side of life. But in your S1BA, you're talking about your program background, the context, the strategic business alignment, and then you're going to go look at some of those systems, and you're going to look at some of the costing, people, systems, all that goes into that current system. And then you're going to look at, what answers I'm trying to make, right? Am I looking at where the business problem opportunity is? What's the purpose of the process? How do we go about that? How does the process support the branch or the unit, the division? How does the process support the mission of the state entity? So back to that strategic goal. Always keep that in mind. What type of data is involved in the process? So, do we have sensitive data? We're going back to that security sense of it. Do we have old data that needs to be migrated? Data comes in all kinds of shapes, forms, and sizes, right? So we have to think about that. How many staff, IT, and business program are involved? So you're starting to build that. This really ties into your HR plan as part of one of your project management plans. In your HR plan, you'll see a staffing section. It's usually the back side of the HR plan. Start thinking about the staffing of your project. Who's involved? Who's going to be part of this whole project? And then at a high level, how many staff are you going to need, right? How many people are we going to place on this project? That number of staff is going to go into your FAW. You're going to have, are they going to needed for planning? Are they needed for the project? You'll start costing those things out in that. So as you can see, the how things start to tie together. We're going from stage 1. We've talked about our strategic plan. We've identified our business problem opportunity. We're in stage 2. We're starting to size up our project. We're going to go do some market research, which we're going to talk about coming up. We're developing requirements based on those objectives. So we're building. And that's one thing to think about from a standpoint. Yes, there's 4 stages of POW. But my previous director, well, a couple directors back, if you guys remember Becky Stilling, she used to always say that look at PAL as like a book, and we're building a book about planning and what is it that we need to know. And we're basically telling the story from end to end. So we started off and we're identifying these things and we're working through. And then at the end, that book is going to be our baseline that we're measuring everything off of.
Tim?
Yeah.
Russell has his hand up.
All right. What's up, Russell?
So yeah, I know I'm the noisy one of the group here.
It's all right. Somebody's got to be a spokesperson.
I got some questions about like admin staff, right? So during a project, let's say a project, and there's several questions involved. First one is like, let's say there is a database, it collects a certain amount of money, that money goes over to accounting, and it requires 2 accounting people to process the funds, right? So when we do the new project, it's only going to require 1 accounting person. How does that show as a, does that show it all? Because the accounting folks are admin, right? So technically they're not usually considered part of the project or as a result of the project. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so good question. And you have to look at it from the standpoint, are they an end user on the system? So in other words, you know, I'm using the day-to-day functions of it, or are they somebody that's supporting the system? So there's a couple different avenues to look at that. And those are great questions that we can kind of work through. So, and I've seen it where people build out their entire admin staff, the entire admin team in that current costing, and it really doesn't depict the picture of what the project's all about, because that admin resource, that may be maybe 10% of their job, or it might be 100%. So it depends on what it is that they do. And that's where that little deeper dive into what is it that they do? How do they work with the system? Is it the only thing they do? What does that look like? And then we can kind of size it up and figure out, does that fit into the FAW? Does it fit as part of this project? Will they have a role on this project? And what does their future look like after the project is implemented? So hopefully that helps a little bit, Russell.
It's a little bit complicated. I'm just wondering, because I know that we also need to capture all of the work that has been involved with the project. So if you have 10 people who are in admin and they're donating 10% of their time, I know at the end of the project, IT and accounting has to assign some overall value to the project, right? In order to, you know, comply with depreciation and other types of things that are probably outside the scope of CDT. But, you know, the question is do we put the effort into tracking that kind of detail, or do we just go ahead and kind of ballpark it and then keep moving on?
You know, I've seen it in multiple ways. So in some efforts, I've seen where there's multiple people and say they put in about 10% of their time. And then there's others that are 25% or more. And so those are the ones where we start focusing.
Okay.
We say, okay, those that are 10%, 90% of their time is spent in other areas. And so they're probably not, it's probably not worth our time to cost them out and figure out where those fit. And so then we move up a notch. And then we look at that grouping and how are they going to be impacted?
Okay.
And so it kind of goes back to those questions that I was saying on, you know, what is the role of the person? What is their time in that effort? What's the impact to that person going to be when I put the new system in place? And are they somebody that's actually supporting the system, or are they an end user of the system? And an end user, I mean, when you're thinking about it, the end user, are they going to be testing when we're in the project? So we may have somebody that uses the system 50% of the time as an end user that is going to be a tester because they know more about the system than the people that are using it 10% or 25% of the time. So it's I know it's an exercise that has to go through, and we take it's like you're really looking at your bet, like what's the best look at that and what makes sense, you know, and sometimes going too deep, it's like, you know, that's when we have to like bring ourselves back up a little bit and go, okay, does that even make sense?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, any other questions?
No, but time check, Tim, we have 8 minutes before lunch.
All right, so let's just go through the next couple of slides and then we'll break for lunch. So keep me honest, Lloyd, when we get there, okay? Give me like a 2-minute warning. All right, so the next one is 2.4, requirements and outcomes. And what are we trying to achieve out of those, that area, right? We're looking for functional requirements. You can start getting into your technical requirements if you know enough about the system. When you're thinking about technical requirements, try not to prescribe what you already have. I've seen that happen. And basically when you prescribe what you already have, that means you really don't need the project to put anything in place. So what is it that you need from that? Think about the expected user experience, system outcome, business operation. And then this is where you really have to start this is where the matrix kind of comes into play, right? Where we're tracking these back to those objectives. Based on the requirement, are we going to achieve a certain objective? And where does that tie into? Think about product ownership and then verification needs. How are we going to verify that this requirement was met that we put in place? This right here kind of gives you an idea of like the mid-level solution requirements. So there is a template out in Sim 19 that gives you some an area to kind of use as documenting your requirements. People do them in different ways. There's many tools out there today that you can put your requirements into the system, and it helps you trace these all the way through. In a lot of the agile projects, we see a tool named Jira used quite often. So there's tools like that are available. But what we're looking for is to capture the specific conditions, the functionality, the quality of the service, the capabilities of the solution, I should say. What is it must have in order to meet the business objectives, right? We're looking back at that. So always look back at your objectives and your requirements as you're going through there. One thing you may have happen in stage 2, and it always becomes a question that we get along the way, is what if I discover in stage 2 that one of my objectives I originally put in stage 1 doesn't apply anymore, and I need to update that objective, or I need to change that objective, or I needed to delete that objective. So this is kind of where you want to think about that, but use the change control, or use a kind of a change control process through this in your requirements document. Have those objectives laid out, and then you can show how that objective either matured, got removed, added to, or maybe it got rewritten, or there's a new objective that came about, and that's why we had to get rid of the other one because it didn't make sense anymore. But there's some leverage in that. We're not going to make you go all the way back to stage 1, update your stage 1 to show those objectives. We give an opportunity to baseline those objectives in stage 4. So just some pro tips on that, on what to do. The other thing to think about when you're thinking about mid-level solution requirements, we talk about a sweet spot in these, and that is about 30 to 100 requirements. And typically like 30 to 60 is great. 100, you're getting into the higher zones. We've seen people come up with requirements up to like 1,300 requirements, and just try to imagine managing those requirements through your project. That many requirements is like, wow, how can I manage that? And so, there's traceability through all these things. Your mid-level requirements are going to lead to a functional and detailed requirement, and you're going to be, working through those. You don't want too many. So that's why we came up with the sweet spot, and we call it 30 to 100, 40 to 80, 50 to 60. Size it up for your project, but try not to go too crazy. It'll help you quite a bit as you're going through the project and you're trying to manage these things and tracing them back up to those objectives and making sure that they've been achieved.
Tim?
Yeah.
Anand has his hand up. Or her
All
hand
right.
up.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
Tim. Yeah. Hey, Tim. So, quick question for the CalAccess project right now. So, we're just working on the mid-level requirements. We do have about, as a starting point, about 250 odd that we're looking at. Is there a recommendation? Do you want us to, and our complex requirements okay? Can we start consolidating some towards that number? Because I agree with you. I think we got to keep it at a sizable count, something that's, at a particular level. But if we are kind of at a lower level than we need to be, then do you want us to start looking at either consolidating, creating complex out of simple ones? Is there a recommendation?
Yeah, so this is kind of where requirements refinement come into play. So what you want to do, and you said 250?
Yeah.
Did I hear you right? Yeah. So at 250 requirements, you may have some that are more like they actually have a technical requirement written within that requirement. And so take a look back at the requirement. Is it a non-functional requirement? Is it a technical requirement that may be built into the way that requirement's written? And then you can break it out, and maybe that requirement can go away and it ties to something else. And so it's really important to kind of go back and refine those and look at those. Just from my experience, that's what I've seen, is where you read a requirement and they're given a technical requirement within the requirement the way it was written. And then you go, okay, wait a second, I just read another requirement is that could be built off of. And so maybe at my mid-level requirements, I'm getting a little too detailed. And so I kind of want to shift those out because again, you want to make sure that they're manageable. And keep in mind, these mid-level requirements are something that you're going to go out to the vendor community with when you go out with like an RFI. Imagine them going through 250 requirements. The response that you will get may not be as great as what you get when you go out with like 30 to 100 requirements. You may not get as many vendors responding because they don't have the time to go through 250 requirements.
And sorry if I'm not to belabor the point, but so one thing is our team is asking, hey, you guys, the template has tabs or sections for, say, different categories of requirement or types of requirement. Is this 100 per tab, or you're thinking 100 in total? And my follow-up question is we have like high level process flows or flows or as is and to be's and stuff, and would you want us to include any of those or a flavor of those in our stage 2?
Yeah, so great questions. We are at lunchtime, and so I want to be respectful of everybody's lunch hour. But we can get together and kind of talk about those, because I think your questions are really good. And they're probably more in depth for, a working session to kind of talk about requirements and what those look at, and getting a better look at what you have on the table already.
Okay.
We can help you kind of guide and figure out how to best break those down and where they kind of fit.
Sounds great. Thank you. And that'll be really good and helpful. So we'll work with John, Margie, all of us on the CARS project team will work together to find some time with CDT team and kind of show you where we're at. I want to make sure that, because that is a goal that we have for the next 2 to 3 weeks for our team to be able to complete all of that assessment. So I just want to make sure we're setting the right kind of goals for them and for them to be able to progress towards what we really need to put into our submission coming up real soon.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
Sounds
good. All right, everyone. I'm going to let everybody take a break. We'll pick back up right from here when we get back. And so come back at 1 o'clock, and then we'll continue on from there. Agile like is really because in state service, because of the parameters we have around budget, planning, things like that, it makes it really difficult to do a true agile project. However, when we're in PAL and we're thinking about requirements in PAL, and we want to do something that's more agile, like we can look at user stories and epics, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But I just want to make sure that anybody is thinking about Agile, there is that capability of doing that. We try to be as flexible as we possibly can when we're going through this planning stage to really look at what best fits for the project. But from a requirement standpoint, some of the last few things I wanted to talk about, coming back to my notes here. So we were talking about a little bit about non-functional requirements, what those are. So what we really mean by a non-functional requirement is looking at the criteria that can be used to evaluate the operation of a system, right? The speed, the usability, maintainability, accessibility, presentation. They're mainly represented by like expectations and characteristics of the system, and any constraints the system may have. So when we talk about project transition requirements, we're looking at the capabilities a solution must have to facilitate the transition from current state and over to the desired state. So when we're writing these requirements, some of the things that we should think about is being clear, right? We want to be carefully select our words, convey exact meaning. What are we looking for? The use of grammar is very important. Make sure that we're using the keywords that really clearly state what we are looking for. Keep them in simple, and I say that again, simple sentence construction. And then we want to make sure that they're correct, right? Present information accurately and precisely. And then most important, that they're complete to include the information. And then again, making sure on that sentence structure that they're concise. You know, eliminate any of the buzzwords that are unnecessary words that are needed, making sure that they're clear. And then the other thing that we want to try to avoid, and the example that was brought up before lunch, was really that the possibility of what we call a compound requirement, meaning there's more to that requirement that needs to be, that could be broken down. So in other words, we could have some technical aspects to it, we could have some non-functional aspects to it, and the way it's written, it becomes what we call a compound requirement. So we want to try to avoid those at all possible necessary, right? The more we keep them clear, concise, and to the point, just think about being direct, and that's what we want to do. We don't want to leave any vagueness in those again. All right. So the other thing we want to look at is, you know, do the requirements, outcomes provide sufficient detail and necessary system functions, right? So really think about those as you're going through those. Are the project transition requirements from current state to future state clearly described? That's really important, how we're going to get from point A to point B. Do the requirements, outcomes validate the scope, complexity, and cost of the solution as stated in the FAWs? So if you notice, there's a lot of tie-in between what we write and then what we cost out. So there's always this back and forth that's kind of going on through stage 2 that we're thinking about cost as we're looking at all these items as we go through. Any other questions on requirements? My next slide is going to show, this is an example of one that we had from DMV. This is a user epic that we had that was presented. You can kind of see how this is kind of laid out. But again, like requirements, we have a user ID, we have a title to it. We have a user story ID epic that gets tied to that. We have the personal ID epic that gets tied to that. So you can kind of see the flow in these type of requirements. It's just a different way of looking at it. Was somebody saying something? All right. So the next section we come to in stage 2 is 2.5, and that's all about the assumptions and constraints. Examples of assumptions are really replacement parts will be on site within a few hours or 4 hours or whatever. we want to make sure that the assumptions and the constraints are identifies the factors that will influence the development of the alternative analysis. And then we want to look at the outcome. The assumptions and constraints help us create and share the understanding among stakeholders, right? So what is that outcome? We want to make sure we're sharing that with the stakeholders of the factors that influence the project alternatives. So we want them to understand when they look at what alternative solutions we come up with, why we pick the direction we want to go. The other benefit of us like looking at assumption and constraints is they help us identify risk and issues that could possibly impact the project at a later date, and it helps us track those. So think about an assumption as things that are accepted as true or which a certain outcome of the project, right? So think about that as an assumption. The constraints are the limitations or conditions or circumstances that restrict the project solution. So we want to think about what are some of those constraints. And then we want to be very specific about assumptions, right? And constraints and dependencies. So an okay constraint may be a constraint on a SME availability. A better constraint would be a constraint on security SME availability. So we're getting a little more specific. A really good constraint would be a constraint on security SME availability within the first 2 quarters of the fiscal year. So now we know the timeline where that constraint exists, the timing of when they could come on and help us out on our project. So let's talk about some dependencies. So our intent on dependencies is really identifying the tasks or activities that need to be completed before others can be proceeded, right? So what's our dependencies on there? Those that have done project schedules, you always look at like, what's the dependent task on those things? When we're documenting dependencies, what does that look like? These dependencies also can help you in that project schedule when you're thinking about these. Documenting dependencies also help protect or help projects identify and actively monitor interdependencies. So you might have some interdependencies that you need to look at. It also helps identify areas of potential risk and risk mitigation. And then you have the ability to do some contingency planning on that. So a good example of this would be an EBT vendor must be in place before a new benefits card solution that is part of the project can be implemented. So we have a dependency on that happening. So one of my past experiences was working with FTB on their EDR2 solution. That went through a 4-year planning effort. Some of the dependencies they had was a lot of infrastructure that they needed to upgrade because they were bringing more things into place. So there was infrastructure that had to be upgraded. They had, other areas that were going to be impacted that needed to be upgraded on software. Where that dependency may happen. There were certain cases where they had to put in an effort because what they're about to replace, they needed to have a breakaway pathway for something that would be right in place. So through that 4-year life cycle, when they were looking at their dependencies, they identified these things that needed to be done in advance. Those became small mini projects that they had to do before we got to project launch. And so when you're thinking about your projects and you're looking at those and you're in stage 2 and you're looking at those dependencies, think about those that may get impacted that you can mitigate right now, take care of, and move that risk out of the way. Any questions on that? All right. You guys are all quiet after lunch. Must be my famous sultry voice that helps everybody sleep. All right.
Tim?
Yeah.
Anand has his hand up.
All right.
Hey, Tim, from the cars project perspective, we probably are going to have some more focused questions over the next, I must say, about 3 to 4 weeks or so, and then we'll call the CDT team, and that's our goal right now. So we may, me personally, I have a lot of questions right now, but we'll probably need to set up some working sessions based on our discussions pre-lunch as well. We do have, I believe, like a bi-weekly call meeting set up, but we'll probably try and leverage those. But yeah, at least from Cars project, for stage 2, we do have some questions that will, or maybe we can send those to you in email as well later on.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So, when I talk about working together and when we talk our guided approach or our coaching approach, this is what it's all about. Is when there's things that are more specific that you guys are working on, like this training is all about stage 1 and stage 2, what's involved with it and everything else. And then you have your project, and that's the reality that you're working on. And right now you guys have the big Cars project. And as you're working on your stage 2, there is definitely going to be questions that come up. That is where, between myself, Adam, and Loy, we're there to help you guys answer those questions, think about what makes sense, what best fits. We're there to help you brainstorm. We may not know the project as well as you do, and that's where those key attributes come into play. What we know really well is what works in PAL, and what we've seen through other projects, and so we can help you from that standpoint as well. And so, think of us as a team member when you're going through some of those things. And if you need, working sessions sooner rather than later, don't be shy. That's one thing I'll tell you over and over again is don't be shy. We're there to help you work through it. Let's get something on the calendar and meet and talk through it.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. And
you're welcome.
We're definitely going to do that.
All right. Any other questions before we continue on? All right. So let's talk about some review criteria in section 2.5 and 2.6. So some of the things to do is keep in mind that all sections are reviewed in relationship to each other, right? So as we review this, we're looking at that from end to end. And so, when we're thinking about assumptions and constraints, the dependencies, make sure they're all related to what you're doing. Think about your data conversion, your migration. That's a dependency on your project. If you have that happening, you want to get to it sooner rather than later. And those of you that are working on Cars, that it was one of the first things that we started to do when we started working together, is we started looking at that data migration, the old data, what needs to be moved. That's a project within itself. So it's a big dependency on what you're doing. Again, making sure those assumptions and constraints are reasonable, realistic, and supportable, right? Quantifiable information. You want to make sure that they're clear. You want to make sure your dependencies are reasonable and they clearly describe what it is that is dependent upon that, and how it's going to impact your project. And you can go out and look at some of these. If you look at our website, you will see samples of stage 2s that you can look at. Some of the ones that have already been approved in stage 2, you can look at some of those assumptions and constraints. How were those written, and how they related to the project that they were doing, right? There are some specific projects that we've pointed out here that have some good examples that you can go look at. So you can find those on our website. So like I said, you'll get these slides, you'll be able to use that link, but take a look at that. And if you have any troubles looking at the project tracker, let us know. We can point in that direction. Examples are always something good to look at. Sometimes you'll find something that you can apply to your project. Sometimes it's just, a good brain trigger that says, okay, hey, that makes sense. I see how they wrote that for the example standpoint.
Tim, Anon has a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Tim, you're going to kick me out now. A quick question. If we want, if if we would like to look at a project of which is comparable size, can we? And I don't know whether all projects are there on the website or that link, but can we request for maybe previously submitted or recently approved that are probably close to our project size?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I've done this in the past where somebody wants to look at a project that I'm actually working on through stage 2, or in that stage 2 is getting close enough. And, at that point, if it's a project that we know that's in that point, what I prefer to do is get you in contact with the person that's working on that project. And then you have a person that's actually going through it, the effort, and you can have that open conversation with them. And typically they share what they're working on with you. But if it's something that we've already or we have published and you can't find it, or there's something specific you're looking for, let us know. And we will go find it. And if it's something that hasn't been shared yet and or published, we'll ask the department if we can share it with you, or set up some time to have you meet with the project director or whoever it is that's on the project that can answer the questions. So certainly.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Because our next section is market research. And there's a lot involved in market research that we need to talk about. And this will be critical for you that are working on cars, or any of your other projects that you're working on.
No more in the chat.
What's that? No more in the chat? All right. So market research, what are we looking for here? What are we hoping to do? So the intent is to provide documentation that market research has been sufficiently conducted. That's what the intent of stage 2 is about, why we do market research. We're looking to identify potential solutions for the business problems that the project is intended to address. So the business problem that you stated in stage 1, that's what we're seeking a solution to. So that's why we're going to go out and do some market research. The outcome of that is a comprehensive understanding of the options available in the marketplace. So we're looking at how these will be facilitated effectively through your decision-making process. How are you going to look at those? How will they go into your background system? You want to look at all those things. You want to base these, what you get responses on, look at your requirements. How do they fit those requirements? Do they achieve a percentage of those requirements? And when I say achieve a percentage of those requirements, are they hitting 50%, 70%, 80%? Do I have to go to a customized route? So, while we're looking at market research, we're looking at all those things. And then we want to start looking at the procurement strategy. So, by getting information back by vendors that are in the marketplace, we're able to look at what type of procurement are we going to need to do. In some cases, say it's a COTS SaaS solution where we're looking for a system integrator. We have to buy the tool first, and then we have to configure the tool. So we might have a couple procurements in there that we have to go through. First is buying the tool, and the other one is getting an SI, system integrator. So we require this of all departments to do this, right? Do some sort of market research and document it. We want you to look at what existing vendors have, what existing state entities use is really a good spot to start looking at. Even counties. I can tell you from when I worked on the cannabis project, we looked at counties, local state agencies from other states that had already legalized cannabis at the time, what they were using, how it was performing. We interviewed vendors on products. We got product demonstrations after that. So there's a lot of things that you can get out of your market research when you're doing this. Let's see. I'm just checking my notes here. So one of the things I have noted in here is that we have a bias towards commercial project, product solutions, like so things that are COTS SaaS solutions. Yeah, we do have kind of a little bias to those because a lot of the times what you'll find is there's something out there that will meet like 70 to 90% of your requirements, and it's straight out of the box, and it can be implemented a lot faster and easier. So, and we've had that happen quite a few times where, and a project that we're working on right now, that actually just happened, where their original thought was they were going to have to build something. They went out to the marketplace. The vendors that responded, they started looking into these solutions, and the COTS SaaS solutions that are available are meeting about 80 to 90% of their requirements, meaning that 10% of those requirements, they need to go back and see if they're like must-haves, or is it something that they can have somebody come in and configure to meet those requirements? So, there's all those possibilities. And I see we have a hand raised.
Yeah, Margie.
Hi, Tim. This is Margie.
Hi, Margie.
So my question is specific to cars. So when I think about market research and to meet the needs of the S2AA, if we have a plan that we share with you to say, we're going to conduct market research by doing these things, and we identify the 6 or 7 or 8 different things we're going to do, kind of the different avenues we're going to go down to get that research. Some may be more informal than others. So where I'm going with that is from CDT's perspective, do we have to do a formal RFI, or can we show we've collected information, maybe doing that, but maybe doing different ways of informal research? That's one question.
Yeah, absolutely. You can actually do informal research, and that may lead you into 1 or 2 different avenues. You may find that you have a sufficient information that leads you in a certain direction. It may lead you into, I need to do an RFI now because I want to go explore some more. So that's always good to do. And the important thing is really, how do I document that? And that becomes more the art, and it's really the telling of the story. And this is where market research gets sent back several times when we talk at market research. And it's really important to know that you're talking about, who did I meet with, company wise, not person wise, because the person could leave the company, right? Or if, say, I'm meeting with somebody that's a state official, what state department did I just meet with, right? What do they have in play? What did I learn from that? That's what you want to pull out of that. Is like, I met with somebody from this department. The person's name does not need to be included. I always prefer that you don't include people's names in your market research. It doesn't really provide any benefit. Like I said, a lot of the times, by the time we get a project launched or completed, that person's gone. They've moved on somewhere else. So keeping it at the company level, the business level, department, company name, whatever it may be, and then describe like why you went to that person. What do they have, right? So if I went to another state entity, they have a tool that they're using today. It's called XYZ, whatever it may be. I was able to get a demo of that tool by sitting there. The person walked me through it, or we met online and they walked me through it, how the tool is used. Based on that, I did some more research into that tool. I looked at the tool and I discovered, based on that tool, it meets 90% of my requirements. And that's leading me down this path of like where I want to go as far as a procurement and what I want to put in place. There are times when you're going through market research that you discover, hey, there's multiple things out there that are COTS SaaS solutions that are meeting, quite a few of my requirements. And what I want to do next will actually take place around stage 3, where we want to go back out and get some demos done, and have them come in and do some demos. And that's kind of like the overlap between stage 2 and 3 at that point, where we have some people do some demos, they learn some more, they can refine the requirements and bring those in. And so I see Betsy's hands up. I'll get to you in a second. But it's, so start thinking about the story that you've gone through, the journey that you've taken place to go through your market research. And the reason this is so important, again, the market research gets published on our website. And when vendors look at that, they go, how come I didn't get included? Whether they got included or not, you may pick a Microsoft product, so to speak. And next thing you know, Oracle's calling you for whatever reason, or, Salesforce is calling. And because, you guys chose to go down Microsoft. And if the story doesn't tell them why you went in that direction, that's when the phone calls start happening. And then we got to figure out how to answer those questions.
And then I have a follow-up to that, and you kind of hit on it, but I would like to clarify. So in stage 2, we're starting to do that initial research, like going out, like you said, contacting people. But what I'm thinking, I'm hearing and want to confirm is that some of that might, when I say some of that, I mean, some of that ongoing market research can actually float into or overlap into stage 3. Like you said, when we could get the product demos at that point, and then that factors into how we maybe refine or update our requirements.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a little overlap that happens in there. And what happens is when you do those demos, you're actually kind of narrowing it down to what actually fits the need that you're trying to achieve. And so, and I know that Sam will probably cover this a little bit more tomorrow or on Thursday, when about stage 3 and what happens in stage 3. But that's why, like, if you remember the diagram I showed where there's an overlap between stage 2 and 3 and 4, that's where some of that overlap happens, where the reality is that this is what we see. We're starting to work on some of these things. We may need to do, what we've done is like some proof of concepts, where we might pay a vendor to come in and do a proof of concept of what they have based on a demo that we saw. We may have narrowed them down. We may have a couple of vendors that we want to do proof of concepts with. And that's something we've done in the past. And that's really part of that stage 3 process that we're looking at. In the meantime, we're still documenting and writing in our stage 2. So that overlap begins to happen. And that's not a bad thing. It actually helps you along the way. But that's where, when we're looking back at the teams and those critical partner teams come into play, that's where it's really important that you have like your procurement team on hand. They're actively involved in your stage 2 as you're going through that effort, while you have your business program people involved, your IT people, because all of them are going to be helping you along. That's the same while you have your project team that's helping you document these things going along the way, like your project management plan and getting those. So everything is still moving forward, and we're not taking any delays in that.
Okay, and so final question. So as long as you know what our plan is for market research and we're communicating that to you, we've documented what we've done already, and we might even say, and we've got these project demos or product demos scheduled for in the future or whatever. Knowing we're going to do that would not keep CDT from approving an S2AA then, because the market research is continuing. So where I'm going is market research, I'm saying this like a statement, but I really mean it as a question, does market research have to be definitively overdone, wrapped up before stage 2 can be approved?
So where you're looking at to be in market research is pointed in a direction. So I went out, I did my market research. I learned a lot of information about XYZ, whatever it may be. Now my next step, I've narrowed it down. And now my next step that I want to do is do some demos. And so at that point, I'm moving to stage 3. And that's where my market research story ends, is that my next step is demos. And I'm going to invite vendors in. And so Those vendors may be very specific who you're inviting back. They may be at a higher level where it's like, we've discovered there's some cost SaaS solution vendors out there. We're going to go explore the market some more, and we're going to request from those vendors to do some demos.
Can we do the demos before stage 2 is approved?
That's a possibility too. I mean, it's happened, and that's where the overlap of stage 3 and 2 come into play, where we've actually done some of those demos. That's going to be, but the document of record is going to be market research. The market research is telling us how we got to those demos.
Right.
And now those demos are building us into stage 3. So we got 2 paths going on. And this is where I talk about strategics of going through PAL. And strategically, this is when the project is in a certain direction, because if you look at PAL as a linear process, we wouldn't do demos at stage 2. But if we look at it where things are moving forward, and now we have parallel paths, and we look at that on a roadmap of how things are going to occur and what pieces go to what, that's how we're strategically going through PAL. Does that answer your question, Betsy?
Yes, but that wasn't my initial question.
All right.
I was trying to clarify Marky's question. My initial question is, we do the market research and we find that we probably do a few demos, and we find that one solution meets our needs more than the others. Do you still have to do an open, I might get the acronym wrong, RFP, or can you enter into an agreement to purchase that software solution and then do a separate system integrator agreement?
Yeah, I think there's some dependencies in there that we'd have to talk through.
Okay.
And if Sam is back on,
yeah,
he would
I'm
be
here.
able to answer that. All right. So Sam, what's your thoughts on
if
that
this
one?
gets into stage 3 or 4, we can wait, but I'm very interested in that because on the Notary 2.0 project, there's some specific vendors that have COTS products. So I'm just curious what our options are.
So I don't know about the project in detail, but if you're asking that during the alternate analysis, you found a COT solution that can be a best fit. Yes, you can pick that as an option and go procure that through RFO or SLP, those licenses, and then do an RFP to get an implementation vendor to utilize that as a platform to customize the solution for your project. If that's what you're looking for, that can be done.
Thank you.
But, yeah.
I mean, we'll work closely with you guys, so don't think I'm just going rogue. I'm just trying to understand options.
No. It happens all the time where if in your alternate analysis, you find a solution that fits best for your project, you can always identify, like, I'm just throwing names like Salesforce, ServiceNow, something like that you have picked up that either one can provide all the functionalities, or two, you have in-house expertise in one of those areas and you want to continue building that. That can be one of your reasons why you're going with that specific COTS, and you finalize that that's your platform, and then do the RFP for the system integrator for customization.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and we've seen that I think quite a few times now, where we've narrowed it down, like Sam was talking about. It's like a Salesforce. So we go buy the Salesforce product or the licenses, or the department already has Salesforce in place and they want to continue to build off of that. So they need some additional licenses for Salesforce. And then the competitive procurement piece of it becomes going out for that SI that's going to do the configuration of it. All right, I see John has his hand up too.
Yeah, hi, Tim. I just, we're in the S2AA phase, and I just want to clarify, like, we're doing a lot of market research in terms of looking at similar systems and talking with FTB, talking with other departments and getting a good sense of and learning a lot. We're learning a great deal about what lessons learned they had, best practices, functionality that they implemented. But in terms of the requirements of the S2, the requirements are, I mean, I guess I'm asking this, is that we will list alternatives that do in fact have schedule cost, ROMs, right? That's part of it. Right, that's the expectation. You just don't want alternative one costed without, and all the other alternatives just more or less narrative description.
So I usually don't like to share this, John, but because we're friends.
Oh, great.
And so so it's a great question, John. It really is. And this is where market research can actually rule out the need to cost out a second alternative or third alternative. It doesn't happen all the time, but it has happened where we've done market research, we've narrowed it down that the most viable path, because it meets 90% of my requirements, and the other viable paths are hitting like 50%, which means it would cost me to customize. There's enough of us in the state that work through this thing that we understand as soon as you say customize, there's a big price tag. And so when we see something like that, this is where we get finance involved and we kind of talk about the FAW and what it's going to look like, and that we're only costing out one alternative. And the reason we're costing out one alternative is because we found nothing else in the marketplace that comes up to that. So some of the times, and a good example is we're looking at COTS SaaS solutions. The other option is a customized solution or adding onto an existing system. So there's my three viable alternatives. I'm ruling out my last one because to build on that system as one of my viable solutions, I need to upgrade the existing, and I know that my vendor can't do that. But that's my own, like through my market research, these are my only three viable solutions. So now I'm looking at a COTS SaaS solution. I haven't prescribed, say, Salesforce or Microsoft or any of those at this point. All I've done is said I want to look at a COTS SaaS solution. So from a costing model, if I look at my customized system, I've learned from a vendor, they have something that meets 50% of my requirements, and they can customize it to do the rest of it. But that comes with a certain price tag. I could put that in my FAW and show that costing of how much that's going to be versus if I go down the COTS SaaS solution. Because where it may differ is in the M&O period. And so I kind of want to show that and show that this may cost me more in M&O, but it gets me to my finish line faster and it provides better benefits. And I can show that through a costing model. Say that the only two that come up is a COTS SaaS solution, and my other one was building off of my existing system. I ruled out my existing system because I know how much it's going to cost me. So I'm not going to cost that out. I'm not going to go through that exercise. But costing something out may help me say, you know what? The COTS SaaS doesn't really make sense. I may really want to go this one that meets 50% and customize it. But then you got to think about where that puts me. Am I in proprietary software? What's the impacts of that? So that's why it's important to kind of look at all the things that may impact that. And if you can document it and write it, sometimes you can rule out the need to cost things out and you can come down to one. And so it's kind of an exercise in both directions, but there is value in both sides of it.
All right, thanks, Jim. That's really helpful. Thank you.
And my star student is back up. I see his hands raised.
I just have a follow-up to make sure that John's question. So when you say in the FAW have only one, so you're talking about the main chosen solution, not an alt. So main and an alt. No, you're talking just say, even if there is one main, we're good. As long as the market research report has all of that described and why was it chosen, or S2A describes it, is it?
Yeah, it's very important. The way you document it can actually rule out something for the need of costing. And that's what it really comes down to is what have I documented? And a lot of times it's like you can even cost something out and it doesn't make sense. And so then it's kind of going back and looking at those things. So really think about what did I learn? And that's why it's so important when we talk market research is the who, the how, the what, and the why. And then really what was my takeaway from what I learned. And so if I'm looking at in-house systems, I'm looking at other state agencies, like, the example was FTB. FTB has a lot in place. What are they using today? And what I learned from them, could I basically lift and lay their system into my area and it meets 90% of my requirements? Well, then why would I go down looking any further? I got something that meets 90% of my requirements. What else out there is going to meet those? And at that point, we're not looking for you to go through an exercise just to cost something out. So that's where it's like strategically, you got to think about where am I headed? What makes sense? And then we have conversations about it and why that makes sense.
So chosen solution, isn't that S3 though? I mean, the market research, you just want to make sure that we're thinking through from our CARS project perspective and we know what is the output of market research. You want us to do the analysis, but also select the most viable as part of stage 2 and not wait for stage 3.
So you're not picking a vendor. You're not picking a specific product in most cases. There are times that happens where you will pick a specific product. And my example of Salesforce is one. So we have departments that have Salesforce in place already. They know the capabilities of what Salesforce can do. Salesforce is able to say that they can do that type of software improvement. It will meet their requirements by 90%. There's no reason to go out and look for another software solution to put in place. So then what we're doing at the next step of procurement is looking out for an SI vendor that can come in and configure that system to meet the needs of what they have, because they already have the system in place. The other piece of that procurement would be licenses. So it all depends on where your market research leads to where we're going next. And remember in stage 2, and we're going to get to that soon, is talking about viable solutions. And viable solutions are the types of things that are most viable to me that I could actually make work to meet my requirements. But like I'm saying is then you got to size those up to your requirements and see how they fit. And so, I mean, if your market research leads you down the path of a product, then, let's figure out why that product meets the best requirements and meets all your requirements. We want to go down that path. And then we want to make sure that there's nobody else on the market that provides the same exact service and meets the same number of requirements. But then you're choosing apples to apples, so to speak, not apples to oranges. So does that make sense?
Perfect. Thank you. It does. So we're the goal is to ultimately come up with viable solutions and rule out paths that are not viable, and then see if we've got ROMs to give us the alts for FAW if we need to go there, or if there is only one viable path, then we just do that one and submit.
Right. And we want to, and the important thing is to document it and understand how you got there. And so your market research is telling that story. How did I get there? What did I learn from who I met with and who I talked to when I was doing that market research? Where did that lead me? And why did it lead me towards a certain direction?
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Not, we'll move on from here. So a little review criteria for market research is, does it describe the methods used to conduct the market research? So back to like what Betsy was asking, Margie was asking, if we're doing internal, what was the method used? It was it internal discussions? Was it going out to state departments? Was it, doing magazine researches, whatever it may be? Magazines even make sense anymore? I don't know.
I was going to say, that's kind of old school, isn't it?
I know. Did I just date myself there? I think I did, Betsy. I think I did. Do the results reflect analysis from both an information technology and a business perspective? So we want to make sure that we're doing that. And does the market research support the selection of the recommended solution? So just like I was talking about, the recommended solution could be in multiple facets of what we're looking at to do next. So it's not always specifically a product. It could be a type of solution. And then we want to go do some more. That's where we would go into stage 3 and start doing some demos and things like that. And again, back to what I was saying before, is telling the story. Who did I talk to? What did I learn? What's the outcome based on what I've learned? And that's the biggie. What did I really learn from that? And what's the next step? Where am I headed? Where's that direction that I'm going to after I've done all this market research? All right. So next we're going to talk about viable solutions. And so looking at this, when we're looking at the viable solutions, it's again, back to what we've been talking about, right? Keep in mind that all sections are reviewed in relation to one another. So again, we're looking at everything from a book standpoint. So if you remember my example before, what Becky Stilling had said is think about it as a book. We're telling a story. So if we step all the way back to stage 1, we reached out, we're looking at a business problem opportunity we're trying to solve. We came up with some objectives on how we can achieve that business problem opportunity. And we've put some requirements into place now that are going to help us facilitate some conversations out in the marketplace. Now we're doing some market research based on those, whether it's, state entities and vendors, whatever it may be. And then we're telling that story in that market research of where we're going to be at. And then from that, we have a viable solutions, and we're going to start filling out that viable solutions area and talking about specifically what did we learn in that area. So market research is leading into that, and that's like a little bit more of a deeper dive of what we learned in those. And here's some questions that are helpful to answer, right? Does this lay a foundation on how this alternative could be implemented? Does the solution align with the required functional, non-functional, and transitional mid-level business requirements or outcomes? Again, this is where that 50%, 70%, 90% meeting of those requirements is really critical when we're looking at those. How does it meet those requirements? We want to make sure that we're doing that. Does the proposed solution meet the required mid-level business requirements, outcomes identified in section 2.4, the requirements and outcomes? So we're looking at those. Do the high-level project phases cover the expected and tasks, right? So when we're looking at that project schedule we're putting together or that roadmap, how's that coming into play? Are the project timelines reasonable for completion of the work? If we're doing a customized system and we say we can put it together in 6 months, that's probably not really reasonable, right? But, if we're looking at something 12 months, 18 months, and it's a COTSAS solution that could be stood up, put in place, does it make sense? Do we need to think about an MVP along the way on that roadmap? Do the financial summary align to the information found in the FAW, proposed project and operations corresponding to the BCP worksheets? So in the FAW, which we're going to do more on Thursday about, there's an alternative 1 that's going to be your most viable solution. Alternative 2 would be your second viable, and there's a spot for a third one. Typically we see alternative 1 and alternative 2 We also see where there's only an alternative one because we've ruled it out in market research. And then we want to look back at our security and privacy. Are these well defined? Have we met those requirements? Are we in compliance with SAM and SIM? Again, FIPS, remember FIPS, SAM 5100. We want to make sure we're in compliance with that. There's also NIST, which is another requirement, security lingo again. We need to make sure that we're in compliance with. Any questions on those? I think we talked pretty good about that, but is there any more questions about viable solutions, market research, or anything like that? All right, no show of hands. Guess we're good. All right, so the next area we're going to talk about is org charts. And this is something that comes up quite often as we go through this, is what type of org chart are we looking for in stage 2? And as you know, being in a state department, there's all kinds of org charts that we have, right? We have the entire organizational chart of the department, which is very helpful when we're in BCPs and we're looking at the number of vacancies and we're looking at a request that's asking for more positions. And so we want to look at that entire org chart. When we get into project mode, we need to bring it down some, right? So we have the business organization that's involved in the project, and we may have the technology organization that's involved in the project, and then we have the PMO. So who are those people that are involved in that project and where do they lead up to? So a project org chart may look a lot different. And if you look at this, this is from DCA, their business management, business modernization cohort 1 project that they did. And you'll see in this example, here's the DCA Chief Deputy Director, right? So he was involved in this project. He wants to know about his project that's going on. It's a modernization effort. It impacts everyone. We had the CIO and where he landed, right? And here's the project director, where they fall into. There was 4 boards and bureaus that were involved in this project. They're identified off to the right here, who they all are and who that executive person is, right? Who's going to be on the executive steering committee. It gets broken down from there, who's actually from their project team. So this is a good example of a project organization and how this project is going to be staffed. This also helps when you get into your staffing plan. It also helps when you're putting together the FAW, another tie-in, right? Again, we're constantly tying things together and where they go. This will help you cost out that FAW for the people that are on your team. And this is where org charts really help when you're having those conversations with your team members. Back to the conversation we were having earlier, I believe it was Russell that asked the question, what if I have somebody that's only 10% of the time? Maybe it's 25% of the time. What is their involvement in the overall project? What does that look like? How do they fit into this org chart of the project? They don't fit, maybe we don't need to cost them out. And so these will help facilitate your conversations in that. Any questions on org charts? All right, no show of hands on that. As you're working through these things, always know you can ask us questions along the way on your journey through PAL for your specific project. You know, that we're always here to help you out on that. So section 2.10 is project planning. So we're talking about project management, risk assessment, the project charter, project plans, the project roadmap, high level, and a project schedule. One of the questions we get asked quite often is, do I need to have a schedule and a roadmap together? So at stage 2, sometimes you're not ready to do a project schedule, and a roadmap is very helpful to kind of help build and start to begin that project schedule. We will accept the roadmap at stage 2. We want you to have a project schedule by stage 4. So what we want to know is that you're working on your project schedule. The roadmap is very, very valuable. And the reason it's valuable is it helps facilitate a lot of conversations between critical partners, Department of Finance, CDT, where is it we're headed? Where are we looking for? What are those date drivers that we have in there? When we talked about ledge mandates and some of the impacts that they have, that's something that you would want to have on your roadmap. What is that ledge mandate trying to get you to achieve by a certain date? And what are we trying to get by that date? Are we going to have an MVP by that date? We can start building that out and looking at it. And when we lay that out on a roadmap, in a high level roadmap, and we start looking at some of those impacts and those date drivers, then we can start strategically thinking about what do we need to do and to move things along. How do we go about some of these things? Where are some of our impacts that we need to look at? Putting the budget, if we have a BCP, putting that BCP timeline into perspective too. What are those impacts? When you're talking to executives that want to have a project done by July 1st of 2024, and you just put in a fall BCP, how am I starting my project? That facilitates your conversation back to your executives. Are they going to give you some money to start your project today? Because I'm not getting any money until July 1, and the project's going to take me 18 months to put in place. I also have to hire vendors. I have to get certain things in place. So the realistic timeline of getting done by July 1 of 2024 is not real. So if I have that roadmap, I'm able to put that back to my executives and say, look, here's what reality looks like. Here's the process that we got to go through. Here are the things that we have to achieve before we start and launch our project. How do we get there? So very important. Project charters was something that personally, I always believe that as soon as you're done your stage one, you should get working on your project charter. Project charter is what initiates your project manager onto this effort. And so you want to make sure your executives and your sponsors know that you're committing somebody and some resources to your project and moving it forward. So 9 times out of 10, this is not done until stage 2 starts. My recommendation is as soon as you get done your stage 1, you have enough information, start on their project charter and start getting some of those resources assigned and get them committed, get people signing off on those things. It helps. We ask for it anyway, and it gives you a leg up. So it's one thing you can check off your checkbox, you got done, and we're moving forward. All right. Here is a list of all the project management plans that are in stage 2. A little overwhelming, probably. But some of these can be combined in some cases, depending on the size of your project. Like I said earlier, we're not looking for your best PMBOK score on any one of these plans. What we're looking for is a plan that makes it very clear to your project team on where they can get information, how certain things are going to be done, where can I locate information. In other words, like a risk management plan or issue management plan, where am I documenting risks at? If I'm a project team member and I have a risk that I need to raise to somebody, who do I raise it to? Who's going to capture that risk? How do I know that it got assigned to the right risk owner? Those are the critical things like in that plan that I need to know. A communication management plan. Who are all my stakeholders? Who are all my executives? Who are all my project team members that I need to communicate to? Who else do I need to communicate to? And who's responsible for that? A really great tool is a RACI chart. If you've never seen one of those, we can get you an example of those. But a RACI chart is great. It shows you who's responsible, who's approving, who's consulting. And you can go down and you can figure out who is what. I've done it in the reverse fashion where I do a RACI chart first, and then I start building my communication plan because it helps me identify the communication channels and the number of communication channels I have within my project and who I need to know. Very important people that I need to know who are going to approve certain things for me. So as a project manager, very, very critical item to have because you really need to know who's going to sign off on things. Now, the question that comes up on project management plans, do I need to have them done, signed off at stage 2? Or can I give you a pretty rock solid draft of what that is? And what I say to everyone, they're all negotiable as long as we have a clear understanding of why we need to postpone the finalization of that plan. It's really important when we get to stage 4 that we have a majority of these plans finalized. There are certain plans that we understand that take vendor input, that can't be developed right away, but there's pieces and components of those plans that are critical that you should know already. And my example is like an M&O plan. If you've already decided who the business owner is, and at M&O, who's going to be the owner of the product at the end of the project, then you already know that information. That's the pieces of the draft that can go in there. I know how this is going to work. I know certain parameters in my department for anything that's an M&O activity need to go in there. And so that piece of the draft can happen. Now, I know that I don't have all the information because I haven't selected a product yet, or I need that vendor input. And what does that mean? Well, as a draft, I have a draft. Now I need to put it on my project schedule so I can track it and make sure that I complete it at the end of the time. Test management plan is another one of those that comes up quite often that people ask about. Hey, I'm not able to complete it 100%. And we just need to know why it can't be completed. And then getting that on the project schedule. But there are certain parameters that you already know through testing that have to be done that are non-negotiable items. And vendors will try to negotiate some of these things with you. There are certain things that are non-negotiable. You have to have end user testing, right? When you're putting a product in place, you want to make sure that your end user knows how that's going to be used and they get the opportunity to test it and sit on it and touch it, feel it, and make sure that it's going to function for them and provide input back into that product. That's a non-negotiable item. You want to make sure that's in your draft of that test management plan. A governance plan should be very, very near complete in stage 2. Exercising governance through your planning effort is really important. All those people just signed off on the scope of this project, what they are seeing as the scope that needs to be achieved. They should be involved every step of the way. They're your decision makers. So make sure you document who they are, how they're involved. Sometimes what we see in some larger efforts, we have a smaller subset of a governance committee that is going to be later developed out. And so there is in the stage 2 plan, a plan that says, come stage 4, this governance committee is going to grow based on the size of the project. For the planning efforts, we have these people involved, this will grow. In stage 4, that plan is updated to reflect all the people that are involved in governance that will be throughout the life cycle of the project. So some of the things that are a little bit trade-offs too is in risk management. When we talk the risk management plan, if we're pushed come to shove and we're driving to certain dates, as long as you guys are capturing some risk in a risk log and we can see that you're performing risk management, we can postpone that risk management plan into stage 3 or 4. So, you know, as we're driving towards certain dates, and typically, and I know that you guys have this going on with cars, right? You're doing a lot of stage 2 work. We're trying to hit a date because we're going to submit a BCP in spring. And we need certain things done and in play for that BCP. So we want to look at those critical items that we need for that BCP. And then once we get that BCP in play and we have the critical items that meet and adhere to that BCP, being like market research, FAWs, and I know that a lot of the plans have been worked on and there's plans from the previous project that can be leveraged. But say some of those plans are not viable anymore based on what we learned and they need to be updated, but we can't get to them. Once we get that BCP in play, we got the critical items in play, we can kind of start looking at those other plans and how we're going to manage those through. So again, it's strategically, how do we go through PAL? the defined roadmap, what you see when you look at SIM 19 is out there. And then there's reality. So always keep that in mind. When we have to work through reality, you know, let's have conversations. Open communication always helps. When you want to try to hide things, that doesn't help anybody. And, you know, us from the CDT side, we want to help you guys get through this. And we want to make sure you have the right pieces in play when you launch your project. So always have open conversations. I see Mr. Rawls is raising his hand.
Just a time check for you, Tim.
All right. So we should be breaking what at 2:30 or 2:15, Adam?
2:15, I believe.
2:15. All right. All right. So any questions on project planning? All right. I'm not seeing any hands. Anybody else seeing any hands?
Nope.
All right. So data cleansing and conversion and migration. So I know those that have been working on the CARS effort. You've met Sean Wynn from our side of the house. Sean is really an expert in this area of data migration and cleansing. And I have brought Sean to many, many project meetings that have data conversion activities. And he's a wealth of information. Sometimes it's overwhelming how much information he has. So if you've felt overwhelmed by him, you're not the first one. He does have a lot of information that's very valuable in this area. And I've had some very in-depth conversations with him about what it means to do data cleansing and what it means to do data migration and what are the steps involved in that. And some of the things that I've learned out of that was really the involvement that is in there. And the takeaway from that, this was all back when I was in the PAL branch. You know, I sat down with my previous boss, which was Ron Robinette, and we talked about what makes sense for this for departments when they have a data migration effort that's going to happen. And this is one of those ancillary procurements that we truly believe that you need to get out the door ASAP and get this person in place, because it is a large effort that will impact your project. And it's very important that you get a data consultant on that can look at your data. Does it need to be cleansed before it gets migrated? Is it in a format then that can be migrated? Those are some of those key things that you need to look at. And then that's really important when you're bringing on the solution vendor, so they know what they got to bring into the system and they can let you know what format it needs to be in. And so it's a lot of work and it's important to get it right away. And so we definitely see the need to that and the urgency of that. So when you have projects like that, let us know. And so we can help you, work with you on what we need to do to help get that person on board. Some of the things on this slide is really, you know, qualify the work associated with being able to convert and migrate the data. Identify what work is necessary to ensure the cleanliness and integrity of that data. Does the submission identify the status of the data conversion and migration activities? So the reason this is on here is because we've had stage 2 submittals that don't identify data migration. They launch, get into their project, and about midway through, they say, oh, we want to migrate this data into our solution. That's something they could have planned for early on, because you know what the impact is to that? They've just extended their project schedule by identifying this too late. And so it's really, really important that you identify it early on, what you're going through and what you need to get done. Is the information about completed data conversion migration activities attached to the submission? If no data migration conversion is necessary, is the rationale for this clear? In other words, you know, I'm putting in a whole new system. It's the old system's going down. I don't need to migrate anything out of that. I'm going to house that somewhere else. When I worked for the lottery, I had a project that had data conversion that they wanted to do. It was out of a 20-year-old system. Actually, I think it may have been 25 years old by the time we got the project launched. That data was so old, and it was in such a format that we had no possibility of bringing it into the new system that it was coming over to. Knowing that in advance, what we did is we set up a server. We started an activity to put everything into a PDF format. And so all those files moved over into PDFs so we could get rid of the old system and we could have a record of what we needed into a format that we could actually go look at and utilize in the new system. But the only way it worked was putting things into PDF. The rest of it was so old and it was so cumbersome to get it out. That effort ran parallel with my project. My project was an 18-month project of putting in a basically a COTS SaaS solution with a little customization to it. The data migration effort ran side by side of that, putting all these other pieces in place. I was managing both sides of it. And I want to say that the migration where we got done with the servers and all the PDF stuff, it took so long that it was actually done after we got the full system implemented. I think we spent another 2 to 3 months finishing up what we had to get out of the old system before we decommissioned it. But it's a lot of work. And that's really, you know, what the takeaway from this is. There's a lot of work involved. Think about it in advance. Make sure you're looking at it realistically. What do I need to get done? And the other question is, do I really need to move all the data over? That is always a question that comes up. Do I need to move everything over? If I have 15 years old data in there, what data really needs to move over? And so think about it from that standpoint. You know, what do I have to meet? Well, this is pretty amazing. I didn't expect to get this far today. So this is the end of the stage 2 document. The next section that we get to is all about FAWs. And so I don't know if we want to hold off till Thursday to do the deep dive into FAWs, or I could call Julie and see if she's available and bring her over. But when I've done this class before, I have gone all the way to 5 o'clock and not even hit this side. So
I think we should start the dollars FAWs when we're fresher.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's really a more in-depth kind of activity. She spends about an hour and a half to 2 hours talking about FAWs, and that's where we'll pick up on Thursday. So how about we do this? How about we take a quick break? We come back in about 15 minutes, and in 15 minutes, what we'll do as our final activity of the day is we'll do a little recap of what we've learned in stage 1 through 2. And then we'll break for the day. We can come back on Thursday. We'll kick it off with the FAWs. Julie will take us through that. And then the next piece of that will be stage 3. And Sam will be taking you through all of stage 3, what that entails. That typically takes, I think, 3 to 4 hours from what I've seen in the past of stage 3. There's lots of questions that come out in that. And keep in mind, it's not a procurement training. It's very much about stage 3. And then we'll wrap it up with stage 4 on Thursday. Does that sound good to everybody?
Yep.
All right. So let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at say 2:30, and then we'll do a little recap, and then we'll call it a day, and we'll go from there. Thanks, everyone. So let's talk about a few things that we've learned along the way. And this is your opportunity to ask questions. You know, feel free to use the chat, speak up as we go through some of these, but I'll throw out some things and then we can go from there. So What are some of the critical things that we know that we need to do in stage one? So one of the critical things that we want out of stage one is, right, we want to clearly define our business problem or opportunity that we want to achieve. Right, that's one of the clear things that we want to make sure that we do. What is another important thing that we want to do in stage one?
Initial assessment.
Initial assessment, yeah. Yeah, let's do that reportability assessment right up front, right? Let's make sure that what we're about to do meets the definition of an IT project. Are we headed in the right direction? What's another critical thing that we talked about stage one? That we want to make sure that they are smart. Give you a little hint there. I think everybody's sleepy. Come on, isn't this fun and exciting?
Lloyd keeps unmuting me. Sorry, Tim.
Oh, Lloyd, what are you doing to Russell?
Or muting me.
Come on, don't be shy.
Specific
requirements.
So objectives, that's what we're looking for, right? Smart objectives. And we want to make sure that they're clear and understood, right? Clear, concise. We have something that's measurable, attainable, right? Achievable. We want to make sure that we have those in stage one. So in stage two, what was one of the things that we want to really make sure that's clear and concise in stage two? Does anybody remember that? Those are our assumptions and constraints and our dependencies, right? We want to make sure that those are clear, concise. We understand what they are, what those impacts are going to be. What in stage two tells us the story about the journey we've just been on?
I think I know this one. Market research.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's all about the market research, right? We want to make sure that we're telling the story. So when we're asking for dollars through a BCP, how well does PAL align with the budget process?
Not at all.
Not at all. That's exactly right, Betsy. Not at all, right?
I was going to say 50-50.
Yeah. It's like a 50-50 gamble, right? It really doesn't align at all. But what we have to do is really strategically go and look at the budget process and look at the impacts that it's going to have as we're going through the planning process. So who owns the planning process? Whose project is it?
The programs.
Right, it's the programs or it's the department's project. So the planning process is a process that CDT owns the process of, but the planning effort is owned by the department, right? And who is best to say how long it's going to take them to get through planning? CDT or SOS in this case? Who's going to know that better?
SOS.
SOS, yeah, that's absolutely right. Right, we know what it's going to take, what you need to do to get through that planning process, but the timeline itself is where we develop that roadmap. And what's valuable out of a roadmap? Why do we want a roadmap? What does that help us do?
Gets us going in the right direction.
Yeah, it gets us going in the right direction. It also helps us in other areas too, right? It helps us facilitate some conversations that we need to have. Because along the way, any one of us who's ever lived the life of a project know there's going to be conversations that come up, and we need some information that helps us facilitate those. A roadmap is a good tool to use in that. What is another tool that I mentioned that you guys should request from us an example of that is a good communication tool for a project? Does anybody remember? A RACI, yes, that's just it, a RACI. A RACI diagram, that is very useful. I can tell you a RACI diagram helped me way more than my communication management plan ever did. It's a really good value to have, and getting all your team members on that. And what do I say about critical partners and doing this effort? Do you want to go alone or do you want to go together? Are we a team or go alone?
Together.
Together, yes, absolutely, right? We're a team in all of this.
Hey, Tim, am I correct though that you guys bring in Department of Finance rather than us?
Yeah, so it depends, right? So on how that perspective happens, right? So when you're requesting a BCP, obviously you have your budget side, they talk to the Department of Finance. Us as a critical partner, we're going to bring Department of Finance to you from the ITCU side. So ITCU is the Information Technology Consulting Unit, and they are actively involved in projects throughout the state of California. They're actually kind of like your spokesperson up the chain in the Department of Finance. So if you think about it from a planning standpoint, from the CDT side, we know as much as we possibly know about your project. And when executives at CDT want to know what the project's about, we become your spokesperson at CDT. On the Department of Finance side, you're going to ask for dollars that relate to this project. You need somebody that's your advocate, so to speak, or your spokesperson there that can talk up the chain why it makes sense to do this project, because they will get asked that question. And so we want to make sure finance is involved in that. We want to make sure that they're involved when you're building that budget and it makes sense. When we put a BCP into play for our project, we want to make sure that there's alignment between the BCP and the FAWs. And so, yes, we will bring finance to the table when we have conversations. And our critical role to this is, while we're doing these working sessions, that we're getting the right critical partners to you guys while you're working on the project, right? So you have the right person to talk to about these efforts. So that's very, very critical. Let's see. Oh, so the POW process, when we were talking about alignment with the project management life cycle, where does POW actually fit in? You guys remember this one?
Concept, initiation, and planning.
Yes. Yeah, good answer. That's exactly it. That is a really good one. Let's see. What else do I got? Oh, I know. What was one of the key things I said that it's important to do while you're going through POW? And we already know that it lines up in a linear fashion in a certain way. We know that there's some overlaps that can happen, but I used a key word when I say that. How do we want to tackle POW? Do you guys remember that? Anyone? Strategically, right? We want to strategically look at POW and look at the whole thing, how it all lines up. How are we going to go through it? What do our team members' capabilities are? What can we achieve quickly? And what are the impacts? And so with that said, what is one of the key things that we all need to do while we're working through POW? Does anybody remember that? It's gotta be somebody, come on. These are key takeaways.
Give a hint, give the first letter.
What's that?
Give a first letter.
You have a first letter? So the first word I'm looking for starts with C.
Would it be
The second word,
communicate?
communicate, right? And the second piece of that starts with a T, which is transparency, right? So we want to be transparent. We want to make sure that we're communicating and being transparent about what we are doing. The more we do that, the more effective we can be, the better off we will be. And the more each and every one of us can help one another. That's the key to that. All right. So what questions do you have for me? What are some of the things that you learned today that maybe you didn't know about in the past?
That it's more flexible than I thought it would be. Like there's more, as long as we're being transparent and we're communicating with Department of Technology, there's some flexibility around everything that's needed. Like we don't need 8 plans. We may be able to combine some of them into usable working plans. So that's what I learned.
Yeah, that's a good one. And that really fits to what is your best fit for your project, right? And that's why I say a lot, it's your project. We're looking at how does it best fit? You know, how do these things best fit for you? What is the tools that are needed? So that's a good one. What else is another takeaway that you got from today?
Hi, Tim. This is Maylin. I just wanted to say this was a great presentation. I initially came in thinking it would be more of a high level overview, but you gave some really good tips and examples. And like Betsy said, like the flexibility. So I'm really familiar with the FAWs, and I've always known I can go to CDT and just say, hey, you know, what do you think of this? What do you think of this? We want to run this by you. And that's the communication part. It's important to communicate with our partners and, you know, see what your recommendations are and what works. So I just wanted to say this was a really good and informative, and I liked a lot of the examples and things that tips that you were sharing too along the way for the different stage gates.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. It not only goes to me, but it goes to the team that helped me refine some of the training materials that we have for today. So thank you for that. And I think the big thing that you just said, Maylin, was CDT is not that scary, are we? You know?
No, I like to say that too. I think you guys are, you know, a lot of people see it like, oh, we're going to get audited. It's oversight. It's, you know, they're coming in here trying to tell us what to do. But no, you're our partner. You're here to help us. You're here to, once you understand us and give us guidance, then you work with us and rally for us as well on what we're trying to do, you know, so that we can be successful with our projects. So yeah, that's a very important thing, is that you're, you know, it's a partnership. You're not, you know, you're not an auditor. You're not here to, and even auditors, they're not scary either, but a lot of people see them as like, why are you coming in? Why are you trying to tell us what to do? But you're not, you're just trying to help us follow the process, the state processes that we need to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we all have a job in the state to do. Ours at CDT is to uphold policy, but it's also to help you guys go through and understand where that policy lies and make sure it's clear and understood, you know, why we're saying certain things. How did that policy come about? Sometimes it's not clear. You know, it's funny because in the last couple of weeks, I've been having some discussions on another policy, and, you know, we've been getting a little browbeated on it. And it's like, well, really, if we focus at the issue at hand, the policy's old, it's maybe outdated, and it needs to be looked at. So how do we effectively go about that change? In the meantime, our job at CDT is to still uphold that policy and make sure it's being applied and adhered to. And that's where we kind of talk about the guardrails of going through the process and what's that mean. Sometimes I say you can be tippy toes on the guardrail and you're still within the guardrails. So, you know, that's how we have to kind of look at things, making sure that everybody's in the right thing and we're not doing anything that would get us out of compliance for when an auditor does walk in and, they want to get down to the nitty gritty. And that's the other thing, like CDT right now, we're going through an audit right now. I'm not that guy. Russell, you had your hand up and then you dropped it. So I figure I'll just call on you anyway, since you had it up.
I was going to say that y'all aren't that scary until you have questions for us, and then you give us like 20 minutes to answer it. So,
that's at BCP time.
yeah,
Honestly, it's really not when we're going through PAL. BCP time is just an insanity at its best. It's really, really crazy. For those that don't know, when we do an analysis on a BCP in the fall, at the beginning of fall, we get about 2 weeks to do our analysis on a BCP. And so we have a little bit of a timeline. And as that progresses through, we get less and less of time to do that analysis. And on our side of the house, it has to pass through certain hands before it gets released back to the Department of Finance, meaning our analysis window gets shorter. And so we really rely on the information that we can get to help support. And our goal on every BCP that we see that comes in is to help the departments and support what they're asking for. If we can't get that information and we got to go to a not support and recommend a non-support, we don't ever feel good about that, in all honesty. And it really makes it tough when we don't have that information. And so those that have worked with us, and Russell, you've probably gone through this because the 20-minute drill. Thank you. We really appreciate those that jump right on it. They know the urgency. They know why we're asking for certain things and what we're trying to do and achieve as a team and get that out the door. And then when it comes to spring finance, oh man, it just gets uglier. We get about a week at the beginning. About 3 weeks into the spring finance, we get like 3 days to do an analysis. And then there's what we call May revise. That is like May Day. It's nightmare on Elm Street, I think, because we get like 24 to 48 hours to respond to a BCP. And on top of all this, none of our regular workload goes away. So if a BCP came in today, we would have to drop as soon as we're done this, go do the analysis, gather all the information and get it back. Because at this timeline, the window's already closed, but say this was last week, we'd get 24 hours. And Adam had that happen to him. He received 5 BCPs on a Friday afternoon and had to respond to them by Monday morning to the Department of Finance. And it wasn't Monday afternoon or close of business Monday or Monday morning, because there were 5 BCPs that dropped in, which meant we had to work the weekend.
I think the thing to remember too, in CDT's defense, is that they truly can be our partners if we are transparent and communicating all along. It does eliminate some of those last minute questions. Same with finance, I think, and the better we anticipate the questions to be asked, we're never gonna get 100%, but I think, at least I found with California Business Connect, that they are very much our advocates with the legislature and finance, quite frankly.
Yeah, we went through a lot towards the end of that project, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, lots of questions
all
and
worked.
answers. It
all
did.
worked, and we
It did. And the best part of that, Betsy, is we finally got to say the project was over.
exactly.
That was a long time coming.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions that you have for me from stage 2 or stage 1 that you learned today, or you need some clarity on, or anything like that? Is there anything that you felt like we needed to go back to and discuss? I love when there's silence on that. Come on.
Hi,
All
Tim.
right.
This
Yeah.
is Margie. I'll just echo
Glenda.
what has already been said, that this has been very informative. And I thank everybody from CDT who's been a part of putting this together. And right now for the CARS project, we're kind of knee deep in putting together our market research plan, and as well as while we are conducting market research. So the discussion about market research, how complete it needs to be now versus what can be done later, that was really very helpful and timely for us.
Excellent.
So, thank you.
Excellent. You're welcome. You're very welcome for that. Any other comments, questions, anything like that? Okay. So coming back on Thursday, and I don't know why I was clicking all these and all the way out, but we're going to start the class off with FAWs. We're going to talk a little bit about alignment and how that is key to everything that you're doing. We're going to talk about cost benefit rewards. We're going to talk about ensuring M&O is captured in those FAWs. So there's going to be a lot of talk of FAWs, what that looks like and everything else, how important that is to your project. These are some lessons learned from what we've captured as we've gone through some of these PAL efforts. And these are, things that when you get these slide decks, you'll have these as reference, but the RFIs really help, is what we've learned from doing these things. And for those of us that remember the FSR days, we never got to talk to the vendors before we came up with the costing of the project. And if you remember back in the FSR days, one of the things that I used to do when I worked at Caltrans, we would write an FSR, and if we didn't have enough costing information for that FSR, and we had to, basically take a wag at the numbers and come up with some numbers, we actually prepped an SPR for that project so they could have an SPR already prepped and fill in the blanks, because we already knew that after day one of the project, they were going to have to do an SPR. So the benefit of PAL is getting rid of some of that extra legwork. SPRs still happen. They're not as frequent. So that is another lessons that we've learned from PAL. And you'll hear me say this several times, that PAL is all about proper planning. We want to do proper planning. We want to make sure that what we're about to do, we have thought about, we're ready for it, and we have the team to go do the job. The other thing is PAL needs to advertise transparency. We've talked about that a lot. Manage planning like it's a project. It is a project. You're just in the planning phase of the project. So when we were looking at that life cycle, right, we went from concept into initiation, which was our stage one, and then we're right into planning come stage two. That's where you really want to start managing this, because it is your project effort, and you want to start managing it like that. Keep a change log for your FAWs. Julie will talk more about that tomorrow. Mid-level requirements equal business capabilities. Remember, we really want to get those from the business. They're the business driver. They should be really actively involved in our projects. Talk to your PAL manager a lot. So that's an old reference. We don't have PAL managers anymore. We have PAO managers, PAO, project approvals and oversight. But back when we had the PAL day, we used to say, talk to your PAL manager a lot. Have those conversations. The communication is really important. Remember, deliverables are unique to your project. So copying somebody else's deliverables, and believe it or not, that has happened. This is true story. I was working with a department. They submitted me some project management plans. My name was all over those project management plans. They copied plans from a department that I previously worked for, and they didn't take my name out. And they had me named as project manager, contract manager, and then I was also their oversight person. So it's kind of funny.
Busy.
Yeah, I was very busy. I was like, wow. And then they also copied another plan, and they referenced OSI as their project manager. And so when I reached out to them in my comment log, I asked them, I said, am I your project manager or is it OSI? And they're like, what? What do you mean? And I'm like, well, you should read your project management plans you submitted me to review. It's kind of funny, but kind of sad in the sense that they didn't even do enough of a review to capture that my name was in there and that OSI wasn't part of their project at all. So, you know, I mean, there's nothing wrong at looking at other people's plans, but make sure they fit you. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong at looking what has already been developed, but then you got to go through some refinement and make sure that it fits your project. Like we've talked about today, it's your project, make sure it fits. And it's all about you. Get to a clear buy or build decision, right? That's really about what we used to do was business-based procurements. We don't really get involved in those as much anymore. We do a lot of COTS SaaS solutions, but back in early PAL, COTS SaaS solutions weren't on the top of the chain. And so we used to do a lot of these business-based, so these procurements, and you really needed to come to that. And so now it's really about that market research and clearly stating, like, what did I go through? How did that happen? And then FAW is equaling to your BCP, making sure there's alignment to those. So that's kind of the wrap up of stage 2 and stage 1. Again, Thursday, we'll kick it off with FAWs. We'll get into stage 3. We'll go through that. We'll go through stage 4. And then if there's enough time at the end of the day, we'll do a little bit of a recap of those. And then from that, if there's anything that you guys feel like you need a little deeper dive into, let us know. We'll schedule some time. I've done this for other departments where we've done a little deeper dive into the budget life cycle and how PAL relates or not relates to that, as we've talked about, right? It doesn't really fit, but how does that work? I've brought Rosanna along on some of those discussions as well, so you can hear firsthand from Department of Finance on how that fits. That's typically half-hour to an hour conversation, depending on what it is. So, you know, keep in mind, if there's anything that you need a deeper dive on these, we're here to help you guys. And so that's the big takeaway on that. So if there's no other questions, I think we've spent a good solid day on this information. And I do thank you for all the compliments. I do truly appreciate that. Our goal is to make sure that there's meaningful criteria that's coming across to you guys, and it's helpful. So with that said, if there's nothing else, we can call it a day, and then we'll revisit everybody on Thursday. And just so you know, Julie, Adam, and Loy and Sam will be kicking off Thursday. I will be joining a little later. I have a couple portfolio meetings I have to attend to first, and then I'll jump on and I will be there to take you all the way through stage 4. I will be there part of the stage 3 and be helping out in there as well. So, all right.